In this Python tutorial, you are going to learn everything you should know to start programming. If you want to learn Python for web development, data science, or automation, this tutorial is the perfect place to start your journey. You don't need any prior knowledge of Python or any other programming language. You are going to learn everything from scratch. So let's start your programming journey together. Okay, before we start programming, let me give you an idea what we can do with Python. Python is high-level general-purpose programming language. It's mostly known for data science, machine learning, web development, and creating AI applications. You can create really beautiful websites with Python and frameworks like Django and Flask. Python is heavily used at Google, Facebook, Dropbox, Spotify, and Instagram. Also, Python is heavily used at NASA and CERN for scientific computing. And one of the most famous AI, ChatGPT, was created using Python. So why are you learning Python? To become a web developer or data scientist? Or maybe you want to create the next ChatGPT. So let me know in the comments why you are learning Python. Okay, the first thing I want you to do is to open python.org. This is the Python's official website, and we are going to head over to Downloads. And on the right you can see Python 3.12. At this point, this is the latest version of Python, but in the future you might see a different version. Don't worry and download the latest version. And if it doesn't say the operating system that you're using on the top, on the left you can choose the correct operating system, such as macOS, Windows, and other platforms. Okay, after clicking you will start downloading the installer, and once it's done we open it. So for installing on Windows, we want to click on Use Admin Privilege and add Python to PAT. For Mac users, the installation is simpler. They just open the installer and they just click Next and agree to the terms, and they just press Install. Okay, now you have Python installed on your computer. Next, we have to install Code Editor. We use the Code Editor to write our code and execute it. The most popular editor for Python is PyCharm. PyCharm is very beginner-friendly. It will highlight any errors that you make and it will help you to fix them. So to download it, we have to go to jetbrains.com, PyCharm, and we press download. On the top, you have to choose your operating system. Then scroll down and press download PyCharm Community Edition. Once it's downloaded, open the installer and press Next until you see Install. So for the Mac installation, once you open the installer, you just have to drag and drop the PyCharm to Applications, and that'll be it. Okay, we have successfully installed it. PyCharm. So let's click Run PyCharm and let's click Finish. And we're greeted with Welcome to PyCharm. So click New Project. Over here we provide the name of the project, and then we can provide the location of the project. And once you're happy with the name and the location, you press Create. So here we have it, our project inside of PyCharm. In this window, we can see our Python project. And at this point, we have only one folder. Currently, we don't have any Python files. A real Python application contains hundreds or even thousands Python files. So let's create our first Python file. Right-click on Python project, then New. Then we want to click Python file. And let's name it main. Click Enter. Let's close this window, and at this point we're all done. Now let's type your first code. Type print, parentheses, double quotes, and inside of these quotes let's type hello world. And on the right we have a green play button. This is how we run our code. And as you can see, small window popped up at the bottom. This is what we call terminal window. And you can see that we have our text that we just typed, hello world. So this was your first program. You just typed a command for Python to output the text that you have wrote. Alright, now let's talk about variables. In Python we use variables to store data. This is how you create a variable. First you have to give a meaningful name. Then you have to put equal sign And only after the equal sign you can provide your data. In this case, I want to create a string. In programming, a string is a data type used to represent a sequence of character. A character is anything you can type on a keyboard, such as letters or numbers, or special characters. In Python, to represent a data that is a string, we can use either a single quote or a double quote. So anything I put inside of these quotes would be considered a string data type by Python. Let's imagine that we are creating a game. And in our game, we need some sort of a greeting. I'm going to type hello player. Feel free to type anything you want. Okay, now we know how to create a variable for text, aka string. Now I need the variable to store my game score, and I will call it game score equals, let's say, 42. So a whole number is called integer in programming, or int for short. So we just have created our first int. Integer is a whole number, meaning it doesn't have any fractional or decimal parts. It can be positive or negative or zero. I think integer is a great fit for a game score, because I don't think it's practical to use decimal point when scoring something. And one more important thing, when we are naming our variables, if variable name contains more than one word, we separate them using underscore. Otherwise, if we have them connected, it's not really readable, as you can see. Okay, I think we also need a health variable for a player. Let's give our player 87.5 health. Okay, now we have created a variable called health with the float data type. Float is a short for floating point number. It's a data type used to represent a real number. So int is a whole number and float is a decimal point number. Okay, now I think we need a variable to check if our game is on or it's off. Let's call it game on. And let's type equals true. So this data type is called Boolean. Boolean represents only two possible values, true or false. Boolean is case sensitive. It always have to be uppercase, otherwise you will get an error. Boolean is really helpful. It helps you to identify if something is true or false. In this case, we are using it to check if our game is on or it's off. If it's true, it's on. If it's off, then it's equals to false. Okay, now let's use print with our data types. Let's print greeting, then let's print game score, health, and game on. Print statement is really helpful. We use it to check the current flow of our program. Okay, let's look at our syntax. We're telling Python, create variable name, greeting, and store string. Then we're creating game score and storing an integer. Then we have health, we'll store a float, and we have game on with Boolean data type. Then we're telling Python to print our variables. Let's press run and see what happens. Okay, our terminal have opened, and we can see that process finished with exit code 0. It means everything was successful. And we can see that everything have been printed in the same exact order. So this is how we create and use variables in Python. Okay, let me show you how to receive an input from a user. So in Python, we have a function called input. It helps us to take a user input. It allows the user to enter data, and to enter a data is returned as a string. Let me show you an example. Let's open the parentheses. Then we have to put the quotation marks. And everything we put inside of the quotation mark will be prompted to our user as a text. So let's ask our user, what's your name? And let's run the program. Now we can see in our terminal the input function. At this point, the Python is still running and it's waiting for us to type our answer. It's really easy to determine if the Python is running. You can just take a look at the top and you will see that instead of the play button, we have the restart button and we have the stop button. And as the name suggests, the restart button will restart our program and the stop button will kill our program. Okay, now that we have that out of the way, let's type our value. I'm going to type Carl and press enter. So once I pressed the enter, input function have received my input and the program have ended because we have no other quote after the input function. Okay, but what do we do with the user entry? How this is helpful? This function is really helpful because we can do something like this. We can assign a variable to the input function. So the name variable will hold the user entry. And now we can do something like this. Print hello and let's add our name. So what you're doing here, it's called string concatenation. We are connecting two strings together. Okay, let's run our program one more time. And once again, I'm going to enter Carl. And this time I got the response back, hello Carl. So what just happened? We told Python to use the input function and ask us a question. Then we told Python to assign the received input to variable called name. And then we told Python to use print function and to concat hello with the name. So this is how we use the input function with Python. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you a bunch of cool things that we can do with strings. So let's start by creating a variable called hello, and let's make the variable hello equal to hello world string. Okay, now that we have our string, how do we use a method? And what is a method? Well, method is something that starts with the dot operator. We have some name. In this case, it's going to be upper. And at the end, we have open and close parentheses. Now I just want to show what these methods do. So let's say hello world, dot hopper, open and close parentheses. This is a method that we can only use on strings. So because our hello world is a string, we can use the dot hopper method on it. I think you can guess what this method does. So it turns the entire string to upper cases. And if we print our hello variable, and press start, we can see that all the letters are uppercase now. Also, I don't have to use it this way. I can just declare it after the hello, and we will get the same result. There is another useful method for string. It's called lower. I think you can guess what this one does. It makes the entire string lowercase. These are really useful when you get a user input and you want to validate and check. There are a few other methods. One of them is capitalize. It simply capitalizes the first letter of the entire string. Next, we have this method called count. So what count does, it counts the specific string inside of another string. So let's say we put double L's as a string. It will look inside of our hello variable and see how many double L's we have inside of that string. So in this case, we only have one double L's inside of the word hello. Now let's check only for one L. And as you can see, we have 3. Remember that these methods are really helpful for tasks such as comparing string without being case sensitive or presenting text in a consistent format. Now let's talk about the arithmetic operators in Python. They are the same operators that we have in math. For example, we can add numbers, we can subtract them, we can multiply, and so on. Let's create a variable x that equals 10 and variable y that equals 3. Then let's create a result that equals x plus y. And let's print the result. Then when we run the program, we have 13. This is the addition operator. Also, we have subtraction, then we have multiplication, and we have division. Technically, in Python, we have 2 types of division. Let's call this one regular division. The single division sign returns floating number, and the second one is with 2 slashes. It returns a whole number. Also, we have the exponent operator that is indicated with 2 asterisk signs. So in this case, we're saying 10 to power of 3. And when we run this, we get 1,000. And finally, we have the modulus operator, which is indicated by % sign. And this returns the remainder of the division of the 10 by 3. So in this case, the result should be 1. So these are the arithmetic operators in Python. Okay, now we are going to move on to conditions and conditional operators. So a condition is simply something in Python that evaluates or compares two variables or data types together and returns either true or false value based on the result of the comparison. So as we already know, we have our true and false in Python, and the result of the comparison will be returned as a Boolean. Okay, so let's look what these operators are. We have two equal signs. This is our equality operator. It basically checks if the left side is equal to the right side. Then we have not equal, which checks for inequality. Then we have less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to operator. So there are a few other random ones, but we're not going to cover them. These are the core operators that we are going to use most of the time. Okay, let me show you a condition. Let's create a variable called price, and the price is going to be equal 10. Then let's print price equal 10, and let's run it. And here we have it, a Boolean true. Now let's do not equal, and when we run it, we get false. Okay, let's look at the other ones. Let's do less than, we get false, because 10 is not less than 10. Then let's do greater than, and same thing, false. Now let's do less than or equal to, and we get true. We get true because we are asking, are there a less than or equal to? In this case, they're equal to each other. Let's do greater than or equal to, and once again we get true. We have learned that in Python we have 4 main types of data: int, float, bool, and string. And there are times that you want to convert the value of the variable from one type to another. Let me show you. So we are going to use our input function, but first let's create a variable called birthday year equals input, and let's ask the user, enter your birth year. Now let's write the code to calculate the age of the user. Create variable called age equals to this year 2024 minus the birth year. Now let's print the age in the terminal. Let's run the program and see what happens. So my birth year is 1998. And let's see what happens when I press enter. Okay, good. This is our first error. In programming, it's really important to know how to read an error. So let's see, the first line shows the exact location of our Python file. Then it shows that the error is happening because of line 2. And it shows the exact code. And underneath that we have type error, our supported operand types. And we can see int and string. So the type error is telling us that we are trying to subtract integer from a string. Basically, we're trying to tell Python to subtract a number from a text. So why does that happen? When we use the input function, and when we enter any specific text or a number, it always returns as a string. So when I typed 1998, it didn't save as an integer, it saved as a string. It saved as a text file. So for this exact situation, we have the int function. If we pass the birth year variable to int function, it will turn the string to an integer. Let's type int in front of our birth year. Then open and close parenthesis indicating that the birth year is inside of the int function. And let's run the program and let's do the same thing. So I'll type 1998, and we have our result 26. There is another really helpful function, it's called type. Let's add type inside of print. And let's open and close the parentheses with the age inside of it. And I will run the program and do the same exact thing. And when I press the enter, we can see class int. So the type function is really helpful because anytime we're confused what type is our variable, we can use the print and type function together to show us what type is our variable. In this case, it indicates that the age is type int. Okay, so now we know that we have int function, but also we have a float function. It works the same. It converts a data to a float. Then we have the bool function, and we have a string function. These four are not the only data types in Python, but these four types are essential for expressing and manipulating a wide range of data in Python programming. Okay, let's talk about if statement in Python. We use if statements to make decisions in our program. For example, let's declare a variable called user and make it equal to input with the message enter your name. Let's imagine that we are creating a program for giving access to our users. Let's say I want to give access to a user with name Carl. So to check the username, we are going to use if statement. We type if user equal Carl. And at the end of each if statement, we have to put qual. And look what happens when I press enter. My cursor is automatically indented. And this represents a block of code. So the code that I write over here could be executed if our statement is true. Otherwise, it's not going to be executed. So let me show you. Print welcome back plus user. Okay, now let's run the program. And I'm going to write Carl. And because our if statement is true, we get a message back saying, welcome back, Carl. Now let's try the same thing, but let's type a different name. So let's type Mark. And because our user is not equal to Carl, our if statement check returns false and Python doesn't run the print statement. Okay, now let's say we want to return a message saying that the user doesn't exist. Similar as when you put the password and it says password is incorrect. To do that, we are going to use else statement. The else statement is simpler than the if statement. Basically, we are telling Python, if our if statement is not true, run the else statement. Let's not forget the colon. And let's print. User doesn't exist. And when I run and type Mark, I get user doesn't exist. So this time Python checked if user equals Carl and it received false. Then because we have the else statement, it printed user doesn't exist. Okay, now let's say we want to check multiple users. To do that, we use elif statement. The elif statement can be used as many times as we want, but it must come up after if statement and before else statement. So basically we start with if statement. We can only have one if statement. Then we can use as many elif statement as we want, and at the end we can have only one else statement. So the elif works the same way as the if statement. And I can type user equals Mark. And once again print welcome back. Plus user. Okay, now let's run the program and see what happens. So I'm going to enter Mark, and I get back welcome back Mark. So this time Python checked the first if statement and it was false. Then it checked the elif statement, and because it was true, we never reached the else statement. And we got back welcome Mark. So this is how we use if statement to make decisions in our programs. I want to congratulate you because you have reached to the point where I believe you can start writing a code on your own. And that's why I have created a small exercise. So this is your instructions on what the program should do. Your task is to create a simple age checker for roller coaster ride. The program should ask the user to enter their age. Based on their age, provide different messages. If the user is between 18 and 45 years old, inclusive, print enjoy a ride. If the user is under 18 years old, print you're too young. If the user is over 45 years old, print you're too old. Okay, now you can pause this video and take on this exercise. Or if you think this is a little bit confusing, you can wait and I will show you hints how to write the code. So these are the hints. I strongly believe that you have the capability to complete this exercise. So pause the video now and good luck with this exercise. Okay, I hope you are successful with this exercise. So now let me show you my version of completing this exercise. Okay, first I will use print statement, and I will tell my users to get access to roller coaster ride. Then I will create a variable called user age equals input and enter your age. Then we want to convert the user age to integer because as we know the input function returns a string. So we declare user age equals int. Then inside of the parentheses user age. So now our user age is an integer. And now I can use the if statement. So I'm going to check if user age is bigger or equal to 18. With this condition we are checking if the user is 18 or older. But also we have to check if the user is not older than 45. So we are going to use and user age less than or equal to 45. And as always colon at the end. Okay, now this if statement fits our requirements, so we can print enjoy the ride. Okay, then in case of this if statement is false, I'm going to create elif statement, user age less than 18, and we are going to print you're too young. And same thing for elif user age bigger than 45, print you're too old. Okay, let's quickly run the program. Let's put 35. Enjoy the ride. Now let's check what happens if we're younger than 18. Let's put 11. You're too young. And now let's check what happens if we're older than 45. Let's put 65. You're too old. Okay, I hope you had fun with this exercise and you're not confused how everything works. If your version doesn't look like mine, it doesn't matter as long as we have the same answer. It works. And if you're wondering, my version is not the best way of doing it. It's just easier to understand for beginners. Okay, now let's talk about while loops. In Python we use while loops to repeat a block of code multiple times. For example, imagine you want to print numbers from 1 to 5. One way of doing this is just to code like this. Print 1, print 2, print 3, and so on. But this is not really practical. What if you want to print numbers up to 1 million? You would have need to create 1 million lines of print statement. And this is where the while loops comes to rescue. Let's create a variable called count equals 1. Then on a new line type while count is less than or equal to 5 and colon at the end. And when I press enter, it's automatically indented. So everything we write is going to be inside of that while loop. And let's print count. Then count equals count plus 1. Let's run the program. And we have all the numbers from 1 to 5. Let's change the 5 to 100 and see if the while loop works the same. And yes, it works the same. We have all the numbers from 1 to 100. So how does it work? The first thing that happens when we run this program, Python is creating the variable called count equals 1. Then we are telling Python, while count is less than or equal to 100, run line 4 and 6. So basically, until our while loop is equal to true, we will run continuously the same loop over and over again. But in this case, we're printing the count, then we're adding 1 to the count. And when the count reaches 100, our while loop is equal to false. That's why we stop at 100. Okay, let me add to this code so we can have a better understanding. Let's create user input variable equals input. And for the string, enter exit to end. Then let's use if statement. If user input dot lower, we should remember this is one of the methods that we can use with string. Equal exit. Then let's print exit the program goodbye. And there is another statement that you should know. It's called break. Break statement is used to exit loops permanently. It works only with loops. We use it to terminate the loop based on the condition. In this case, we are trying to tell Python if user types exit, we should run our if statement and we should break the while loop. Okay, let's run the program. We can see the printed count. Then we can see our user input. It's asking us to enter exit to end. Let's enter no. Nothing happened because our if statement was false, and now we're in the second iteration. Let's type n couple of times. As you can see, the count is still rising. Now let's type exit. And once we typed exit, our if statement was true, and we got exiting the program printed, and our while loop was ended. I hope you understood how to use the while loop. And if you are wondering why I used the lower method, let me show you why. I will run the program again. Let's type as couple of times. And now let's type exit in uppercase. And as you can see, we still have exited while loop because we used the lower method. It's a really good way of using the lower method because sometimes people can make the first letter uppercase, or in this case, all of them uppercase. In our if statement, we are making sure that all of the user inputs are turned to lowercase. Then they are checked to the string that we are looking for. Just to recap, the while loop in Python is like a repeating task. It keeps doing something over and over again as long as a certain condition is true. The loop checks the condition before each round. If the condition becomes false, the loop stops. You can use break to exit the loop early if needed. Okay, let's talk about lists. In Python, we use lists whenever we want to represent a list of objects, like a list of numbers or a list of names. Let me show you. So I'm going to create a variable called names and set it to list of names. In Python, we use square brackets to represent the list. And now I can add one or more objects to the list. Or we can even leave it empty and add the data later. But I'm going to add a bunch of names now, like Luna, Emma, Carl, Noah, and I think it should be enough. Before we move on, I want you to pay attention that I'm separating each element with a comma. Okay, now let's print our names. And let's take a look. It comes out exactly as we declared it. Now we can get individual elements from our list also. Let's say we want to print only the first name in our list. Here we type our square brackets, and we type 0. You might ask why 0, shouldn't it be 1? But Python uses zero-based indexing because it's easier for computers to manage and work with memory. So basically Python counts from 0 and goes up. So in this case, when we are trying to select the first name, we type index 0. And when we run the program, we get Luna. Okay, now a question. What do you think this will return? If we use 0 to indicate the first element, we use -1 to indicate the last element. And when we run it, we get Noah. And we even can do something like this. This represents the second element from the end of our list. So it should return Carl. Okay, now let's say we made a mistake in our original list. It shouldn't be Luna, it should be some other name. To reset it, we type names 0 equals, and let's say our new name should be Bob. And when we run it, we can see that the lists have been updated. We can also select a range of values. For example, let's say we're only interested in the first two names. So in here we have to type two indexes, the starting index and the ending index, separated by colon. So our starting index should be 0, and our ending index should be 0, 1, 2. Now Python should return whole elements from starting index to the end index, but excluding the end index. So it's going to return only the element indexes 0 and 1. Let's take a look, and here are only the first two names. Okay, now let's say we want to add new names to our list. So to add new names, we're going to use append. We type names.append. We open the parentheses, and inside of the parentheses, we are going to add our new name. Let's add Ava, and when we use append, it always adds the new data to the end of the list. Let's run the program and see what happened. And as you can see now, we have Ava at the end of our list. Okay, there's another useful method that we can use with list. It's called pop. I think you can guess how pop works. We type names.pop, we open the parentheses, and inside of the parentheses we can type the index of the element that we want to remove from our list. So I'm going to remove Luna from my list. And when I run it, I can see that now the first element is Emma. So this is how we use list in Python. When writing a Python program, there are times that you want to iterate over a list and access each item inside of that list individually. Let me show you. Let's declare a variable called numbers equal a list. And let's add numbers from 1 to 5 to that list. Okay, now let's imagine that we want to access each and every item in the list individually. To do that, we're going to use for loop. Let's start by typing for. Then we have to declare a new variable. It's common practice to use item or just the letter I. This variable item will be representing the individual item that we have selected from our list. Then type in numbers, and don't forget the colon at the end. So this is what we call for loop. With this for loop, we can iterate over all the items in our numbers list. In each iteration, this item variable will be holding only one value. So in the first iteration, or we can say loop, the item variable will be equal to 1. Then in the second loop, it will be equal to 2, then to 3, and so on. Now let's print item and run our program. We see each number on a new line. Okay, let's add a little bit to our for loop to make it easier to understand how it works. First, let's declare a new variable called new numbers, and it's going to be equal to a list, and we are going to leave the list empty. Then inside of our for loop block, let's type new numbers dot append, and we want to append the item variable. Let's append it, and let's type +1. So now let's say in first iteration, our variable item will be equal 1 + 1. And we will append that number to our new numbers list. So let's type on a new line print new number, and pay attention that this print statement is not indented anymore, indicating that it's not inside of our for loop block, so it will not be printed every single iteration. And when we run our program, we see that our item was printed every iteration, and every iteration we have appended item +1 to our new numbers list. And then when our for loop was ended, we have printed the new numbers list. Okay, I want you to remember that we use for loops when we have specific list of things that we want to go through. It helps us to go over each item in the list one by one. On the other hand, we use while loop when we want to keep doing something until a certain condition is no longer true. It's like saying keep doing this as long as something is the way that I want it to be. Okay, now let's talk about dictionaries. In Python, we use dictionaries in situations where we want to store information that comes as key-value pairs. So let me show you an example of a dictionary. Okay, I'm going to declare a variable called customers. equal to curly braces. Within these curly braces, we can define our dictionary. Okay, now we can add one or more key value pairs. Let's start by adding our first key, ID, and the value, let's put it as 101. Then we add comma to add another key value pair. So let's add another key value pair. Let's put the key as name and the value as Silas Johnson. Then let's add phone with the random phone number. Let's do 551234. And I want to use an example with the Boolean. So let's do the key premium member. Then the value it true. I think it's good enough for a customer dictionary. Of course, we can add address, email address, and all that kind of fun stuff, but it would have taken a very long time. Okay, it's all fun and nice that we have our customer dictionary, but how do we use it? So let's try and retrieve our customer's ID value. Let's type print customers. Then we use the square brackets and we specify the key, in this case ID, and let's run it. And as you can see, we have our value back 101. Now let's try to retrieve our customer's name. Print customer name. And here we have it, Silas Jones. Okay, now let's do the phone. But this time let's type phone with uppercase P. And when I try to run it, I get an error stating that key error phone. Basically, Python is trying to tell us that the phone with the uppercase P doesn't exist in our dictionary. Now let's fix it back to lowercase and let's run it. And here we have our phone number. Then let's do the last one, premium member. Let's run it, and we have true. Okay, this was dictionaries. Pretty straightforward. You have keys and you have values. You can access the values using the keys. So now let me show you how we can combine the list with the dictionary. First, let's create a variable called customers equal to square brackets. Then I press enter and you can see that I'm indented once. Then I type the curly brackets, indicating my dictionary. And let's copy our keys and values from our customer. And let's paste it inside of the dictionary. And pay attention that now it's indented twice. If you remember, we used top to indent our line of code. At the end of this dictionary, next to our curly brace, type comma. Okay, now let's add our second dictionary in our customers list. And we want to open another curly braces. And let's copy and paste one more time. But this time let's change our ID to 102. Let's change the name to Bob Smith. And the phone number. And let's do premium member false. Okay, now we have our customers list with 2 dictionaries inside. But this is not fun, this is not interesting. Let's use something else that we learned. I think you already know what we are going to use. We're going to use for loop. To loop through our customers list. Type for customer in customers. And don't forget the colon. Let's copy the print statements from the top and let's put it inside of our for loop. And let's do it all of this so it doesn't confuse us. Before we run our program, let me add another print statement. Okay, now let's run it and see what happens. Okay, and here we have it. Both of our customers' dictionaries have been printed. Okay, I hope at this point you can understand how everything that we are learning can be combined together to create a functional program. Okay, now let's talk about another important structure in Python called tuple. Tuple is really similar to lists. We use tuple to store a list of items, but unlike the list, we cannot modify the items. We cannot add new items, and we cannot remove any existing items from the tuple. Basically, tuples are immutable. We cannot mutate or change them. So let me show you how do we define tuple. First, let's create a variable called numbers. Let's make this to a list, and let's put 1, 2, 3 inside of it. So this is the list that we have already learned. So we use square brackets to define a list. And we use parentheses to define a tuple, just like this. Now our number variable is a tuple. Now if I do something like this, you can see that we don't have the append or the insert methods. So now we cannot add new items to this tuple. And also we don't have the remove, clear and pop methods. We cannot remove any of these items. We only have these two methods, the count and the index. But similar to list, we can get individual items using the square brackets. So we can do something like this. So now we will get the first item from our tuple, and let's print it in our terminal. And there you go, we have 1 returned, our first item in our tuple. Now let me show you what happens if we try to update our tuple. Let's type numbers, square bracket 0, and let's update our first index to, let's say, equal to 15. Now let's run the program. And here we have our error. Tuple object does not support item assignment. So we cannot mutate or change tuple, they are immutable. To be honest, for the most of the time you're going to be using list. But tuple is also useful if you want to create a list of items and make sure it doesn't get accidentally modified or deleted. Then it's better to use tuple. Okay, now let's talk about function. So function is container for a few lines of code that perform a specific task. We already have used Python's pre-built functions like print or the input function. Each of these functions performs a specific task. So when we build a large and complex program, we should break our code into small reusable pieces, which we call functions. So let's write a simple and small function for greeting people. Let's start by typing our greeting. I'm going to type welcome back Carl, bring the print statement down, and on the first line let's type def. This is the keyword reserved by Python, and this is short for define. When Python interpreter sees this keyword, it knows that we are trying to define a function. Next we need to give our function a name. Let's call it greet. Please remember that when we are giving names to our functions, we want to give them meaningful and descriptive names. And we follow our name with open parentheses. And at the end we put colon, indicating that we are opening a new block of code. And let's not forget and bring our print statement inside of the function block of code. Okay, now our greet function is complete. Let's type another print statement to make it visually easy to understand what's going on. Let's print welcome back. And actually let's remove just the welcome back part from our function and let's run our program. Okay, we got just the welcome back part, but why? Even though that we have created our greet function, it doesn't mean that it's going to call itself automatically. To call our greet function, we type greet with open and close parentheses. And when we run our program this time, we can see a welcome back. And on a new line, we have Carl. This means that we have successfully called our greet function. And from this point on, we can call this function as many times as we want inside of our code. Okay, now let's delete all of this. Now I'm going to show you how to pass information to your function. Let's define our greet one more time and let's open the parentheses. Inside of these parentheses, we define the name of the parameter. I'm going to name the parameter name. And once again, let's type the print statement inside of our function. Welcome back. This time let's do plus name. Okay, now when we call our function, we can provide with any parameter that we want. And when we run our function, it will print welcome back and the parameter that we have given. Let me show you how it's done. Let's type greet. We open the parentheses, but this time let's pass string Carl. And when we run it, we can see that our greet function took our parameter and added to our print statement, and we get back welcome back Carl. I want you to understand that functions allows us to create group of instructions, give it a name, and call it whenever we need it in the future. Now we have reached to our first project. In this project, we are creating a simple ATM machine simulator. The goal of this project is to use what we have learned about programming to create a simple simulator. Our aim is to build basic but working simulator of an ATM machine. This project will help us practice and understand key Python programming concepts. Now I'm going to give you your objectives. I have created step-by-step instructions how you can create your own ATM machine. Okay, let's start with objective 1. Welcome message. The program starts by greeting the user, setting the stage for the ATM simulation. Objective 2. Initialize account balance. The balance variable is set to 1000, representing the user's starting account balance. Okay, now objective 3. Set up and verify PIN. The user PIN variable holds the correct PIN 1234. The user is prompted to enter the PIN. The entered PIN is compared to user PIN. If the PIN is incorrect, the program notifies the user and sets ATM on to false to prevent entering the main loop. If the PIN is correct, ATM on is set to true, allowing access to the ATM functionalities. Basically, you have to create the user PIN, and then you have to ask the user to enter the PIN when they start the program. And if the PIN is correct, you should allow access to the main loop. And if it's wrong, you should deny the access. Okay, let's move on to objective number 4. Main ATM operation loop. A while loop is used, controlled by the ATM on flag. Inside the loop, the main menu is displayed, with options to check balance, deposit money, withdraw money, or exit. Then we have user's choice handling. The user's choice is captured through input. If else statements handle the different choices. Balance inquiry. If the user chooses to check the balance, it's displayed using the balance variable. For objective 7, we have deposit money. The user can deposit money, which is added to the balance. The deposit amount and the updated balance are displayed. Objective 8, withdrawal money. For withdrawals, the program checks if the balance is sufficient. If so, the requested amount is subtracted from balance, and the withdrawal is confirmed. If the balance is insufficient, a warning message is shown. Now exiting the program. The user can choose to exit the ATM. On exiting, a goodbye message is shown and ATM is set to false, ending the loop and the program. And for the last objective, we have invalid choice handling. If the user enters an option that's not on the menu, the program prompts them to try again. Okay, that's all of the objectives. My suggestion is that you should read all of these objectives one more time, paint the picture of your program in your mind, and then you should start from objective 1 and go up. In each objective, I'm trying to give you as much of information as I possibly can. So if you get stuck in some point, try reading over all of the objectives one more time, and I'm pretty sure that you should find the solution. I have another small hint for you. This is what the final product should look like. So by just looking at this image, you can get an idea what you should do to create your own ATM simulator. Okay, and I'm finally done explaining the project. You can pause the video now and start the project. And when you will come back, we will write the code together. But before you start the project, I want to encourage you to experiment with this project. The final result shouldn't look exactly like this. You can create your own ATM machine. Try to come up with good ideas and good executions. Good luck and see you back soon. Alright, I hope all of you were successful, and you're here just to check your work. So let's start with objective 1 and 2. Welcome message and initialize account balance. Let's start with printing welcome to the simple ATM simulator. Then let's declare a variable called balance equal to 1000. So this was objectives 1 and 2. Let's move on to objective 3. Let's look what we have to do over here. Set up and verify PIN. The user PIN variable holds the correct PIN 1234. And we have user is prompted to enter the pin. Okay, let's start with this too. First, let's create user pin variable equal to string 1234. Then let's create variable called entered pin equals input. And let's ask our user, please enter your pin. So you might think, why user input equals to string? Why not int? In this case, it's simpler to use string because, as you remember, our input function always returns string. That's why it's just easier to compare a string with the string. And by doing this, we're simply eliminating a step of converting the input string to an integer. Okay, now let's look what we have to do next. The entered pin is compared to user pin. If the pin is incorrect, the program notifies the user and sets ATM1 to false to prevent entering the main loop. If the pin is correct, ATM1 is set to true, allowing access to the ATM functionalities. Okay, I think we can handle this. Let's start by typing if entered pin is not equal user pin. And if it's not equal, we print invalid pin. Exiting. And after that, we have to create ATM1 variable equals to false. And then let's do else, meaning the pin was correct. We create our variable ATM1 one more time equals to true. So in this part, we're obviously checking if the pin is correct. And we are creating ATM1 variable. We are going to use this variable to determine if we are allowing our program to enter the while loop. Okay, let's check the objective number 4. Main ATM operation loop. A while loop is used, controlled by the ATM1 flag. Inside the loop, the main menu is displayed, with options to check balance, deposit money, withdraw money, or exit. Okay, now we are heading into the fun stuff. Let's declare a while loop. Let's type while, and we type the variable name ATM1. So as you remember, our while loop will run when our ATM1 variable is equal to true. So when the user is entering the password, and if it's correct, we get ATM1 equals to true, and it triggers our while loop to run. Okay, let's print our main menu. Let's print main menu. Print 1, check balance. 2, deposit money. 3, withdraw money. And 4, exit. Okay, let's look at our objective 5. User choice handling. The user choice is captured through input. If else statement handles the different choices. Okay, let's start by declaring choice equals input, enter your choice. Over here, we're asking the user to make a decision what he wants to do in our main menu. So from going to my menu, let's do if choice equals 1. Print your current balance. Plus string function and balance. Okay, let's check back our objectives. So we did the main menu loop. We did the beginning of the objective 5. And we did objective 6. Now let's look at objective 7 and 8. Deposit money. The user can deposit money which is added to the balance. Okay, the deposit amount and updated balance are displayed. And for withdraw money, for withdrawal, the program checks if the balance is sufficient. If so, the request amount is subtracted from balance and the withdrawal is confirmed. If the balance is insufficient, a warning message is shown. Okay, let's jump back to Python. Let's do the deposit money. Let's type elif. Choice equals to 2. Then let's do amount equals float function. Inside of our float, let's put the input. Enter the amount of deposit. So why are we using float? Let's say our user wants to take out $10.50. With the whole number, he can type 50 cents. With the floating number, we can take out the exact number that our user wants. Okay, then let's type balance plus equals amount. So this is a shorter version of typing balance equals balance plus amount. So instead of typing balance twice, we type plus equals amount. Then let's print the deposit amount. Let's do something like this. Was too nice. Let's print $sign plus string amount plus deposit successfully. Okay, now let's handle the withdrawal. Let's type elif choice equals to 3. Same thing, amount equals to float. Input enter the amount of withdrawal. Then we have to check if we have that amount in our balance. Let's type if amount is bigger than balance. We should print insufficient balance. Let's do else, meaning we have the amount in our balance. Let's do balance minus equal amount. So same thing as balance plus equal amount. Basically, we're saying balance equals balance minus amount. And once again, let's print it nicely. At the end of the day, we're hit machine. Print $sign plus string amount plus withdrawal successful. Okay, let's check back the objectives. So we did 7, 8, and we have 2 more left. We have exiting the program. The user can choose to exit the ATM. On exiting, a goodbye message is shown and the ATM on is set to false, ending the loop and the program. Then we have invalid choice handling. If the user enters an option that's not on the menu, the program prompts them to try again. Okay, this should be easy. Let's do another if choice equals to 4. Let's print thank you for using the ATM, goodbye. And let's set our ATM on to false. So once this loop ends, our while loop ends with it. Because we are setting the ATM on variable to false. Okay, and let's handle the invalid inputs. Let's do else. Print invalid choice, please try again. So basically, if our users type anything besides 1, 2, 3, 4, we are going to end up in our else statement, and we're just going to print the invalid choice, and the while loop will start again and again and again until our user makes a correct choice. Okay, this all looks good. Now let's run our program. Okay, we're greeted with welcome message, and it's asking us to enter our PIN. Let's enter 1, 2, 3, 4. And here we are, our menu. Let's test our program to make sure that everything works correctly. Let's start with typing 1. And we can see your balance is 1,000 and we are back in the menu. So far it's working the way it's supposed to work. Now let's check the deposit. Let's type 2. Okay, enter amount to deposit. Let's do 5.25. Deposit successful and we're back in the main menu. Let's check the balance to see if we have successfully added the deposit. Let's type 1 and we can see that we have 1,525. Okay, now let's do withdraw money. Let's type 3. Now let's type the withdrawal amount. Let's do 111.53. And we have our message withdrawal successful. Once again, let's check. And we have our balance 893. And now let's check the exit. Let's type 4. And our program is done. But let's run it again. Let's type the PIN 123. And let's type 8. Let's see what happens if we make a wrong input. And nothing happened. We have our message invalid choice. Please try again. Let's do one more time and see what happens. Let's do 666. Again, invalid choice. Let's do now letters. And once again, invalid choice. Okay, now let's type 4. Let's exit and let's check our pin. Let's run it again and let's type 5543, for example. And we have invalid pin exiting and our program have ended. Okay, this was it for this project. I hope your code was similar to mine, or even better. Just keep in mind that this code that I just wrote is not the best way that we can create this program. We are writing the code this way because it's easier for the beginners to visually see what they're writing, to see the if statements, elif statement. Of course, we could have used function and all that kind of fun stuff. So if you did write your code the other way, it doesn't matter. As long as it does what it's supposed to do, you were successful. So good job with this project and see you back soon. Thank you for your time. In behalf of CGV. Okay, we have learned whenever we define parameters for our functions, we have to supply a value for them. Otherwise, we will get an error. Let's start by creating a new function. Type def, then the function name greet, open the parentheses, and let's define two parameters. Let's do the first one, first name and last name. Now inside of our function block, let's do print statement. Let's do something new. Let's use fstring. So what is fstring? Fstring is shorter for a formatted string. It allows us to embed expressions inside of the string. So let me show you how it works. We always have to prefix the letter F in front of our string. Then we open quotation marks. Let's type hi. And inside of curly braces, let's put first name. Let's open another curly braces and last name. And let's print welcome back. Okay, let's go to a new line and let's exit from our function block. Let's type greet. And for arguments, they are positional arguments. So the first position is our first name and the second position is the last name. So let's put Bob for the first name and Smith for the last name. And you can see that even our PyCharm is smart enough to indicate that the Bob is the first name and the Smith is the last name. Let's run our program and see what happens. Okay, we got back hi Bob Smith, welcome back. You can see how fstring is helpful, but this is not all that fstring can do. In the future, we are going to learn how to use it for advanced formatting. But for now, as we go on, we will learn more and more about fstring. But for now, let's focus back onto our functions. Let me show you another way that we can assign values to our positional arguments. Let's type greet, let's open the parentheses, and let's type last name equals Smith. And you can see that even PyCharm indicates the last name as red, indicating that it's a positional argument from our function. Let's do now the first name equals Bob. This is called keyword argument. We are assigning arguments using the keywords. Now it doesn't matter in which order we provide values for a function. But it doesn't mean that you always want to use keyword arguments. Most of the time we use positional argument, but the keyword argument sometimes improve the readability of our code. So this was keyword argument. It's something that any Python programmer should know. Okay, so far we have learned how to create functions and how to add parameters to it. Now let's learn how to return values from our function. Okay, let's create a function. When we provide two numbers, it returns us the sum of those numbers. As always, we start with def. Let's call it odd numbers. And let's create two parameters, num1 and num2. And let's create variable called result. And let's make it equal num1 plus num2. And if we run this function now, nothing will happen. The num1 will be added to num2 and we will have a result variable. So to get our result back from our function, we use a return statement. Let's type return result. Whenever Python reaches to a return statement, He stops whatever it's doing and he returns whatever you have in that statement. Okay, let's exit the function block. Let's create a variable called SUMResult. Make it equal odd numbers. Let's add 5, 3, and let's print. The sum is SUMResult. And let's run it and see what happens. And as you can see, we have the sum is 8. Let's change the number. Let's type couple of times 1 and let's run it. Okay, let me show you another example of return statement. Let's create a function that will take two strings and it will add them together and make them uppercase. Let's start by typing def. Let's call it concat, uppercase. And let's call the parameters string 1 and string 2. Inside of our function, let's create result equals string 1 plus string 2. In here, we're concatenating two strings together. And let's type return result dot upper. Now let's exit the function block. Let's create new variable and let's call it concatenated string. And let's make it equal to our function concat uppercase. For string 1, let's do hello. And for string 2, let's do world. And let's print a concatenated string. And here we have it, hello world in uppercase. Return statement is pretty straightforward. In this case, we are creating a function with parameters, doing some calculations with the parameters, and return the result of those calculations. Okay, now let's learn how do we handle errors. Let me show you a quick error that we can get. Let's first type print 5 divided by 2, and when we run it, we don't get any error. Now let's remove the 2 and let's divide 5 by 0. As you know, we cannot divide by 0 in standard arithmetics. In most programming languages, attempting to divide by 0 will result in error. So let's run my print statement. And as you can see, I get 0 division error. Division by 0 error. So this is our error. The first part is the error name. And also pay attention to the exit code that we get. If we get anything besides 0, it means that the program crashed. As a good Python programmer, we always should anticipate errors. We always should prevent errors from happening. Because when they happen, they crash our program. And it's always a sign of bad programming when program crashes. So for example, if you try to divide 5 by 0 on your phone in a calculator app, you will get an error message. But your app will not crash because somebody have anticipated that you would divide 5 by 0 or divide any number by 0. So let me show you how we can anticipate a specific error. Python uses special objects called exceptions. So at the top we type try, colons, and when we press enter you can see that we are indented now, indicating that we are in a try block. And let's type print 5 divided by 2. Then we press enter again and we can see that we have exited the try block. And we type except. And then after the except, we have to type the type of error that we are anticipating. So in our case, we are anticipating 0 division error and semicolon at the end. Now let's print something meaningful why we are getting this error. Let's say you can't divide by 0. I think it's pretty straightforward. So now let's run it and see what happens. So as you can see, I just got my result back and everything was fine. So what just happened? Python looked at my code and it saw my try blocked. Then it tried to divide 5 by 2 and it was successful, so it didn't reach the except block. But now let's look what happens when we get an error. Let's change the 2 to 0. Okay, now I got my message back saying that I can't divide by 0. This time Python tried the try block and it got error. Then it looked at the error and compared to except block, and if it was the same error, it printed the message. Okay, it might be a little bit confusing for some of you. So don't worry, let me show you another example. Let's create something a little bit more complex that resembles something closer to program. Let's start by printing message for our user. Let's say, give two numbers and I'll divide them. Then let's print enter Q to quit. Now, because I want my program to run until user enters Q, I'll create while loop and I will make it equal true. In this case, it will run forever. Then inside of my while loop, let's create a variable called first number equals to input. And let's ask the user for the first number. Then let's create the if statement. Let's check if first number equals to Q, then we want to break our while loop. So basically we are telling Python if user presses Q, it will break the while loop. And in that case the program will stop. Then let's create our variable called second number equals to input. Second number. Okay, now the fun part. Let's type try, colon, and let's create a variable answer in our try block. Our answer should divide the first number with the second number. But as you remember, when we use input function, we get a string data type back. So now we have to convert it to int. So let's type int, and inside of the parentheses, let's do first number, then divide by int, second number, and let's print the answer. Now let's type except, hence the error, zero division error, colon, and let's print the same message, you can't divide by zero. And when I run it, I get give two numbers, enter Q to quit, and first number. Let's put 5, and let's do 2, and you can see we got our answer back. But because we are using the while loop, the program is still running. So now let's try dividing by 0. Let's type 5, and let's type 0. And here we have our except. You can divide by 0, and you can see how this is really helpful. My program is still running and I can still do my calculations. Okay, let's type Q to exit, and let's run it again and see what other errors we can anticipate. Let's type 5, and instead of numbers, let's do letters. And here we have it, we have new error, we have value error, inval, it's literal for int. Basically, Python is trying to say you're trying to convert letters to integer. Let's copy the name of that error, and on a new line let's create another except. And let's do value error, and this time let's print something like use numbers only. Let's run our program and let's test it. Let's put random letters, and we can see use numbers only. I hope this example was a little bit more easier to understand how we use exceptions. In the future, when we get to bigger projects, you will get your chance to learn the exceptions a little bit more. But for now, this is plenty for moving forward. Okay, now let's quickly talk about comments in Python. We use comments to add notes or comments to our program. To create a comment, we always start with the hash sign, and then we can type our comment. Let's type this is a single line comment. Comments in Python are not mandatory, but are highly beneficial for making the code more readable, understandable, maintainable, especially when you're working with a team of developers. And also imagine you have created a program with a couple of thousands lines of code and you're coming back to the code in a couple of months. You would have no idea what's going on inside of the program. That's why as a good programmer, you should always use comments. Okay, now let me print hello world underneath our comment and let's run it to make sure that nothing happens. And as you can see, I got my message printed. In Python, when we use a hash sign, it kinda ignores everything that follows after the hash sign. That's why in this case we only got the hello world printed. Okay, I can also add the same comment after the print statement. And when I run it, same thing, we just get the print message. This type of commenting is called single line comment. There is another type of commenting which is called multi-line comment. And this is how we declare it. We enclose our multi-line comment inside of triple quotes. It have to be 3 quotes at the front and 3 quotes at the back. And we type our message in between. Although to be technical, this is not actually a comment. This is a string that it's not assigned or used. But in your programming journey, you will see this exact example many times, and other programmers would expect from you to add this type of comments in your code. We use the multi-line comments to describe the whole code itself. Also, we use this type of comment to comment the functionality of the function that we have created or the class. Or we can add detailed instructions on how to use our code. And also we use it to add legal or licensing information. And on the other hand, we use the single line code to explain a specific line of code, let's say, clarify a complex expression. Or we can create a to-do list for another programmer or fix me note. Now let me copy and paste a little bit larger chunk of code with comments already added. In this example, you can see I'm using the multi-line comment to explain what this function is doing. So I'm explaining what the function is doing, then I have the parameters, then I have the return, what we are returning, and I have the errors that we are checking. So we are checking for value error. Then you can see that I have the single comments explaining what each if statement is doing. And now, because we used comments, any programmer can easily understand what's going on in this code. The main purpose of commenting is to help anyone reading your code, including yourself in the future, to quickly understand the thought and the process behind your code. Now let's talk about classes. They are really important in programming, and they are not only used in Python. In fact, a lot of other programming languages do have classes also. In Python, we use classes to define new types. For example, so far we have learned the basic types in Python, such as numbers, strings, booleans, and a little bit complex ones are list dictionaries. But sometimes these types are not enough for creating complex concepts. For example, let's imagine that you were assigned to create a library type of program, a program that you can store a bunch of different books. So the books that we need to add to our program cannot be a number or a string or a boolean. It's a different kind of thing. So we can use classes to define new types. In this case, we can define a new class called books. So we start defining a new class by using class keyword. And right after that, we have to give our class the name. So look at the naming convention that I used here. I capitalized the first letter of the name. This is what we call a Pascal naming convention. And the convention states that we always have to capitalize the names for our classes. Okay, and after naming our class, we always have to put colon. And after I press enter, you can see that we're indented. It means we are inside of our class block. In this block, we can define all the functions and methods that belong to our book class. Usually, we always want to add a special method called constructor. It sets up your object initial state. So inside of our class block, we want to define a new function and pay attention to the name of this function, _, init, _. And this is a function or the method that gets called when we create a new book object. Now when I press enter, you can see that PyCharm automatically adds self inside of parentheses. We're gonna come back to this shortly. But for now, let's add two more parameters, title and authors. Let's add title and let's add author. And now we have to initialize our objects inside of this function. We initialize like this, self.title equals title. And same for author, self.author equals author. So what is going on in here? The self that you see over here is the reference to current object. Let's create a new function, and I hope it will make it easier to understand what's going on. Let's define a function called displayInfo. Inside of the parameters, let's put self because we want to reference to the current object. And let's make this function return the book title and the author name. Let's use a f string. Let's type book. Then inside of curly braces, let's do self.title. As you can see, we're referencing to the self title that we have initialized. Then let's do by, again, self.author. And this was it. Now we have successfully created the class called book. Now let's exit the class block and let's start from a new line. Let's create our first book object using our book class. Let's create a variable called myBook and we make it equal to book class. And inside of the parentheses, we have to provide the title and the author. So first, let's do the title. Let's do 1984. It's a really good book. And if I remember correctly, the author should be George Orwell. And as you can see, even Python can tell us that we are using our book class, and it indicates automatically that the first parameter should be title and second one author. Okay, at this point I hope you can understand why classes are really helpful, because I have added my first book to our imaginary library, and because we have our class called book, we can add as many books as we want, and it's gonna be very easy. And we're gonna have the same function called display info. And inside of this class book, we can have as many functions as we want. And when we add new books to our library, all of them will have the same functions. Let's create our second book. Let's call it My Book 2. Let's make it equal again to book. And this time let's add a new book. Let's do a very interesting book is The Code Book by Simon Sinek. It's a really interesting book about science of cryptography. It talks about the ancient cryptography and modern quantum computing cryptography. I think if you like programming, this book should be interesting for you. Okay, back to our book class. Now that we have created our two books, let's use the display info function in our class book. Let's type print. And inside of the parentheses, let's type the first object, my book. And when I use the dot operator, you can see that the PyCharm is suggesting to us that we can use dot alter, dot title, and also we have the R function, display info. So let's click on display info, and you can see that automatically we have the parentheses added at the end, indicating that it's a function. Now let's run the program and see what happens. And here we have our title and the author. Now let's print the same way our second book. And let's run it. And as you can see, we have the same result. I know that classes are sometimes confusing for beginners, classes and functions. I'm trying to not overwhelm you with information. I'm presenting more and more information as we go through this course. That's why if it's a little bit confusing to you at this point, don't worry. We're gonna go over all of these functions, classes, and all that kind of hard stuff. But for now, let me show you another example of classes. This one is gonna be a little bit harder, but it will show you in depth how we use classes. So let's start by selecting and deleting everything. Then let's create a class called banking account, a colon at the end. Then we define init, and it automatically adds self. Right after self, we can add our new parameters. I think every bank account should have account number, so that's gonna be the first parameter. Then I think it should be account holder, and at last we should create a balance. And let's make the balance equal 0. By making the balance equal 0, we are creating a default balance. So let's say we can create a new banking account object. We can provide an account number, account holder name, but we don't have to provide the balance when we are creating the new object because it's automatically set at 0. Okay, now let's quickly initialize our parameters. We start by typing select dot account number equal account number. Say for account holder, select dot account holder equal account holder. And for balance, self balance equals balance. Okay, we're done initializing our parameters. Now let's add functionalities to our bank account. So one of bank account functionality should be deposit. We should be able to deposit money to our balance. So let's define function called deposit. For parameters, we should have self, And let's add new parameter amount. Then let's create the if statement. Let's check that amount should be higher than 0, meaning we cannot deposit to our balance something that is less than 0. And inside of our if statement block, let's type select balance plus equal amount. Then let's do return, and let's create good-looking f string. Let's do deposit it, and in a curly braces let's do amount. New balance is, in the curly braces we have to use the balance, so we do self.balance. Now let's exit from our if statement block and let's do another return. Let's return invalid deposit amount. So let's quickly look at this function. So we are getting a new parameter called amount. We are checking if it's higher than 0. If it's not, we are returning invalid deposit amount, and if it's higher, we are adding the amount to our balance, and we are returning us the nice message of the amount and the new balance. Okay, I think it's a good time for a small challenge. So your challenge is to create a function called withdraw that has one parameter called amount, and it has a if statement similar to deposit. And as an extra bonus, you can create the function called getBalance that returns the bank account balance. And if you have successfully created those functions, you should exit the class block. You should create new bank account object and try to use the deposit function withdraw and getBalance function. You can pause the video now and good luck with this exercise. Okay, I hope you were successful, but if you got confused along the way, it's fine too. Let's do it together. Let's define a function called withdraw, and automatically we have self. Let's add the amount parameter. And let's do if statement. Let's do if 0 is less than amount. Then we can check for another condition. We can do less than or equal self.balance. So in this if statement, we are checking that the amount is bigger than 0, and our balance should be bigger than or equal to the amount. Then let's do if our if statement is true, we do self.balance minus equal amount. And same as deposit, let's do nice return f string. Let's do withdraw, in curly braces, amount, and let's do new balance is self.balance. Then we exit the if statement, and let's do another return. Let's do return in wallet withdrawal amount or insufficient funds. And as a bonus, let's define our function called getBalance. With this function, we only need the self, and let's do simple return. Let's use f string. The current balance is in curly braces self.balance. Okay, let's exit the class block, and let's define new bank account object. Let's call it my account equals bank account. And as you can see, when PyCharm is telling us that we should enter account number, then we have account holder and balance equals 0. So let's type our account number. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And account holder, let's do something like Bob Smith. And for the balance, let's do a 1000. Now let's check our functions. Let's print my account dot. And you can see that we have all of our parameters and functions, such as account holder, account number, balance, get balance, deposit, and withdraw. So let's start with deposit. And let's do 500. And let's run it. And when we run it, you can see deposit 500. New balance is 1,500. Okay, good. Now let's do withdraw. Same thing, print my account dot withdraw, and let's withdraw 200. And let's run it. Once again, we have the deposit. Then we have the withdraw of 200. And let's not forget our get balance function. Same thing, print my account dot get balance. And when I run it, I have the current balance is 1,300. So everything is working. Let's check one more thing. Let's create a new object called myAccount2 equals to bank account. For the account number, let's do a bunch of fives. And for account holder, let's do John Doe. And let's leave the balance empty. Let's not provide anything. Now let's check if our second account is working even though we didn't provide the balance. Let's print myAccount2 dot get balance and let's run it. And yes, you can see that our current balance is 0 because when we were creating our class, we added a default for our balance, which was 0. And to make sure, let's use another function with our new account. Let's print myAccount2 dot deposit and let's deposit 5,000. Let's run it and we can see current balance is 0, then we are depositing 5,000 and the new balance is 5,000. Okay, and here you have it. Classes in Python are really powerful because they are the heart of object-oriented programming. They help you write more clear and more efficient code. Okay, now let's talk about inheritance and polymorphism. They are crucial parts of object-oriented programming. So inheritance is basically a way to form new classes using the classes that have already been defined. By doing this, we are reusing the code that we already worked on, and we are reducing the complexity of our program. So let's start by creating our base class. I'm gonna call it animal. Let's define the init method, and let's add another parameter called name. And as you remember, we have to do self.name equal name. Let's add another method to make it easier to understand how inheritance work. Let's define a method called eat, and let's not forget the self inside of the parentheses. And this method will only do one thing. It will print f-string self.name. He's eating. And that's all it's gonna do. Now let's define the second method. Let's call it make sound, and it's gonna print self.name make sound. Okay, we have two more. Let's define walk. And let's print self.name is walking. And the last one, let's define a run. And it's gonna print self.name is running. Okay, now the interesting part. So this is how the inheritance work. Let's create a new class called dog. And inside of the parentheses, we can add our animal class. And by doing this, our dog class will inherit everything from our animal class. So basically, we are creating a one base class called animal. We have basic functionalities that most of the animals do have, such as eating, making a sound, walking and running. And from that base class we can create as many animals as we can think of. Okay, let's quickly squeeze in polymorphism into this. Basically, polymorphism refers to a way in which different object classes can share the same method name, and those methods can be called from the same place. I think the best way to explain this type of concepts is with examples. So let's define a method called make sound, and once we add the colons, very interesting is happening. You can see that PyCharm have added a blue circle next to the method that we are overriding, and when we hover on top of the circle, it says it's overridden in dog. And if we hover in dog class, we can see overrides methods in animal. By doing this, Python helps us to visualize what we are doing. It helps us to understand that we are using polymorphism in this situation. We are using the same method name, but in two different classes. And on top next to the animal class, if we hover over it, we can see it's subclassed by dog. It's trying to tell us that we are using animal class in our dog class. Okay, let's go back to our dog class. And let's print self.name. And because it's a dog class, it should bark woof. And just for example, let's override another method. let's define a run, and let's print self.name is running happily. Okay, we're done with our dog class. Let's create another class for cats. And same thing, we have to include the animal class in the parentheses. And let's override the make sound. Let's define make sound. And let's print self.name mouse. And for cats, let's use walk instead of run. Let's define a walk, print self.name is walking gracefully. Okay, and now let's create instances of these classes. Actually, let's add the comment, creating instances. And first, let's do our dog class. Let's call body equal dog. Inside of the parentheses, let's provide the name of our dog body. And let's do the same for our cat. Let's call it whiskers equal cat whiskers. Now let's create another comment, dog behaviors, and let's call the methods from our dog class. So we type a body dot, and you can see that PyCharm is suggesting us that we can use run method, make sound, eat and walk, and on the right side you can see from which class this method is coming from. We have run and make sound that we overwrite in our dog class. They are coming from the dog class, and we have eat and walk from the animal class. Okay, let's select eat, and let's do the same thing for the other methods. Body dot make sound. Then let's do body dot walk and body dot run. And let's run it. And here we have it, body is eating. Body bark woof, body is walking, body is running happily. Okay, now let's do the cat. Let's comment cat behaviors. And let's do whiskers dot eat, whiskers dot make sound, whiskers dot walk, and whiskers dot run. And let's run it. And here we have it. Whiskers is eating, Whiskers mouse, Whisker is walking gracefully, Whiskers is running. I hope this example made it a little bit easier to understand classes, inheritance and polymorphism. But let's go over it one more time. So we have our superclass, which is the animal class. In this class we are creating 4 methods: eat, make sound, walk and run. Then we are using inheritance. We are creating subclasses such as dog class and cat class. Subclasses can use the methods from superclass, and they can create new methods. And also they can modify the classes from the superclass. And for the polymorphism in programming, it allows objects of different classes to be treated as object of common superclass. Basically, in this example, method make sound behaves differently for each of our classes. It behaves differently for the animal class, for the dog, and for the cat. But the name of the method is still the same, make sound. Okay, now let's talk about modules and packages. So modules are a single Python file that contains some kind of code. It might include functions, classes, or variables, as well as runnable code. We use those modules by importing it to our code. On the other hand, packages in Python is a way to organize related modules into dictionary hierarchy. Similar to modules, packages are imported using the import statement. When you import package, Python searches through the dictionary and finds the specific module that you're looking for. So this is how we import modules and packages. We type import and then the module or the package name. For this example, let's use a random. This is a module. This module comes pre-installed with Python. But to use it, we always have to import it to our file. Okay, let's dive deeper. Let's try to use our random module. Let's start by creating a variable called random num equals to a random, and let's add the dot operator. And now we can see that PyCharm is suggesting us that we can use all these functions with our random. So basically, because we have imported random, Now we are able to use all of the functionalities that comes with the random. For this example, let's use rand int function. For parameters, let's put 1 and 10, and let's print random.num. So this rand int function randomly chooses a number between 1 and 10. Let's run it and we get 6. Actually, this function is pretty useful. In the future, we are going to use this exact function a lot. Now let's remove the import statement. And we can see right away PyCharm is highlighting the random, indicating that we don't have any reference to that random variable. Let's run it and see what happens. We get name error. Name random is not defined. Did you forget to import random? Pretty useful error in my opinion. You can see right away what's wrong with your code. Now let's import random one more time. And let's run it, and we get 9. Okay, now let's look how do we install new packages. As I said, this random module was pre-installed with Python. But there are millions and millions other packages that people are creating every day, and in order to use them we have to install them somehow. With Python we use PyPy. It's a repository of open source third-party Python packages. So to install those packages from PyPy we use pip install. PyCharm automatically comes with pip installed already. So to check our pip inside of PyCharm, on the bottom left side of PyCharm we have a bunch of icons. We want to press the one that says terminal. And inside of the terminal type pip and press enter. This is all of the commands that we can use with pip. Sometimes you might get this notice stating that new release of pip is available. To update it, you can run this exact code. But it's not that important to update the pip. But if you're having any issues, then consider updating it. Okay, this is how we look for packages. We open our browser and let's search Python packages for. And usually you can search for any topic, and I'm pretty sure there is some package that will help you. But for this example, let's do request HTTP. And as you can see, our first result is pypy.org. And here we have it, requests 2.31. Underneath we have the project description. Over here usually we have the code of how to use this package. And if we scroll down, usually we can find the user guide. And over here you can find the official documentation on how to use this requests package. Most of the packages should have quick start. And in here you can see step-by-step instructions on how to use this package. Okay, but first we have to install this package. Let's go back, and on the top we can see pip install requests. Let's copy this text. And back in PyCharm, let's paste that exact text. And let's press enter, and after it's done downloading, we can see successfully installed requests. Your install process might look a little bit different, but it's fine. Then we can use this command to check all of the packages that we have installed. It's pip list. And here we have our packages, and we can see that we have requests 2.31. Okay, now we know that we have successfully installed the requests package. Let's import requests. Then let's declare a variable called response equal requests.get. And let's use it on Google. We have to type the exact address, https://www.google.com. Let's print response and let's run it. We can see that we got response 200. 200 means that the call to server was successful. Just for context, we use requests for web scraping, for web automation, or testing web applications, interacting with RESTful APIs. So request is another really important library. So another important thing that we can do with pip is uninstall the packages that we no longer use. Even though most of the packages don't take that much space, it's a good practice to keep your environment clean. And also by installing unused packages, we can avoid conflicts between packages. And keep in mind that all packages have lower security protections. So this is how we uninstall packages. We type pip uninstall, and let's do requests. Then it will ask to confirm that we want to uninstall. We type Y, and we get message successfully uninstalled requests. Let's double check out. Let's run pip list. And as you can see, we no longer have requests. Let's run our program and see what happens. We get an error called module not found error. Okay, let me show you another way that we can install packages. Let's remove import requests. And let's type it back again, import requests. And now we can see that PyCharm is highlighting requests with the red. And if we hover on top of it, we can see that no module name request. And underneath it, we can see install package request. And when we click it, we can see on the bottom right that PyCharm is doing the pip install automatically. And once it's done, we get package installed successfully, and we can see that we no longer have the request highlighted in red. Let's run this code to make sure that installation was successful. And once again, we get 200. Okay, this was basics of using pip install and figuring out how to use modules and packages. Okay, now we have learned almost all of the basics of Python. And because of that, from this point on, we are going to start working only on projects. We will start with easy project and gradually increase the difficulty of the projects. And at the end of this course, you will be surprised what kind of programs you are going to be able to create. As you already saw, your first project is to create a rock, paper, scissors game. I'm going to give you a general idea of the key concepts and project structure. Using only this information, your job is going to be creating this program on your own. The point of the projects are allowing yourself to be creative, letting your brain loose. I want you to experiment as much as you can. I want you to add more functionalities, add character to your program. Basically, I want you to explore Python, because if you just copy after me, it's gonna be really hard for you to learn Python fully. But if you explore Python on your own, you'll be much easier to understand how Python works. Okay, that was enough talking. Let's jump to our project. So in this project, you will build simple and interactive rock, paper, scissors game that you can play in the console against the computer. The game will involve making choices, determining a winner based on the rules of the game, and continuing to play until you decide to quit. Now let's look at key concepts. So we are going to be using random choices, user input handling, conditional logic, loops for repetition. Also, I have included how our game should look. I'm not going to talk much. I'll let you figure out how to use this information. Let's move forward. Over here, I have provided how your program structure should look like. So you should have computer choice, using the random module to let the computer randomly choose between rock, paper, and scissors. Then you should have user choice. Prompt the player to enter their choice each round and handle the possibility of invalid inputs, deciding the outcome. Write a function that takes both the computer and the user choices and decides who wins the round. And for last, we have a game loop. Create a loop that keeps the game running, allowing multiple rounds to be played until the player decides to quit. With this information all, you should be able to create this game on your own. But before you start writing your code, I want to show you something. To make your life easier, our random module have a function called choice. This function will allow our computer to make a random choice between rock, paper, scissors. And as you can see, I have added the official link for our random module docs. And also I have added the same link to this video resources, so you just can copy and paste. So what I want you to do, I want you to do your own research. I want you to go through all of the random module docs and find how to use random.choice. Okay, so now you can pause the video and take on the challenge. Keep in mind that I have created hints. If you get stuck, you should come back, take a look at the hints, and proceed with the project. So good luck, see you back soon. Welcome back. I hope you were successful with the project and you're just here to see how I did it. But if you got stuck, let's look at a couple of hints. So first of all, for random computer choice, use random.choice with the list containing rock, paper, and scissors. Basically try creating a function with the list containing rock, paper, and scissors. Then you have to use the random.choice to choose from that list. Okay, now user input validation. When getting the user choice, ensure that input is one of the valid options. Consider using a loop to reprompt the user if the input is valid. Basically, you have to check if user input is rock, paper, or scissors. And you should create a loop to allow user to enter their choice. Again, if they enter it incorrectly, meaning they misspelled or they put some other word. Okay, determining the winner. Create a series of if-elif statement to cover all possible combination of choices between the user and the computer. This one is pretty straightforward. There's no need for explanation. Let's move on. So we have game loop. Case sensitivity, exiting the game. This hence I will not explain because I think the written explanation is pretty straightforward. So if you got stuck and you came back for the hints, you can pause the video now and proceed with the project. Welcome back. I hope all of you were successful and you came back to just compare my code with your code. So let's jump back to PyCharm. As you remember, the first thing we have to do, we have to import the random. Then let's define our first function and let's call it getComputerChoice. And I want to add a comment explaining what this function do. So in the future, if I come back to this program, I can easily understand what each function does. Usually when describing functions, I use triple commas. And let's give it a simple explanation. Randomly returns a rock, paper, or scissors. Then let's create a variable called choices equals list, and let's put rock, paper, scissors. Now it's the time to use our random.choice. Let's type return random.choice, and inside of the parentheses, let's provide our choices. Okay, this was it for the getComputerChoice. Pretty straightforward. Whenever we call this function, our computer will make random choice from our list of choices. And see how my comment is on point. Randomly returns the rock, paper, or scissors. Very easy to understand the purpose of this function. Okay, now that we got our computer choice, let's define getUserChoice. And let's give it a comment. Gets user input and returns it. Now let's create variable user input equals input, and for the text let's do something like this. Enter rock, paper, or scissors. Parentheses or Q to quit. And let's use .lower to avoid any errors. As you remember, .lower turns all capitalized letters to lowercase. Then let's do something like this. While user input, not in square brackets indicating a list. Then let's do a rock, paper, scissors, and let's not forget the Q. Basically, we are telling Python, run this loop until our user input is not rock, paper, scissors, or Q. So if our user puts anything besides what we have provided in our list, the while loop will never stop running. And for that, let's put user input equal input. And let's tell our user invalid choice, enter rock, paper, or scissors. And let's not forget to return user input. So let's go over this function one more time. First, we are asking our user to make a choice. And if that choice is not in our list, basically if it's not rock, paper, scissors, or Q, we are telling our user that the choice was invalid and to re-enter their choice. And if the choice is in our list, then we are returning the user input. I understand that your function might not look exactly the same that mine does, but there is not only one way that you can do this function, or there is not only one way that you can create this game. I'm trying to show you a little bit more harder or confusing ways that you can do this. So if your code doesn't look exactly like mine, it's fine. Now you know more than one way that you can achieve the same thing. Okay, good. Now that we have our computer choice and we have our user choice, we have to determine the winner. Let's define our function called determine winner. And we have to provide two parameters, user choice and computer choice. And for the comment, let's do something like this: determines and returns the winner. So let's start by checking a tie. Let's do if user choice equal computer choice. It means it's a tie, so we should return it's a tie. So now it'll be harder part. So our user only have three possible ways that he can win. Basically, if I remember correctly, rock beats Caesar, paper beats rock, and Caesar beats paper. So those are the only three ways that our user can win. So we can use bunch of elif statements, or we can use only one elif statement. Let's go with using only one elif statement. Let's start by opening parentheses, and let's do user choice equal rock. So we are checking if our user have rock. And if computer has Caesars, it will mean that our user won. So to check that, we can use the AND operator with our if statement. So after our first statement, we type AND computer choice equal Caesars. So this statement means if our user have rock and computer have Caesar, our user should win. This is our first condition of user winning. We have two more conditions. How do we check them with only one elif statement? We can use the OR operator. Basically, we are telling Python if the first condition inside of our parentheses is not equal true, try the second one. But before we start typing the second condition, I want to introduce you to backslash. In Python, we use backslash to extend one single line of code to multiple lines. So we can do something like this. We press Enter to start a new line, then we press Tab to indent that line. And now we can start typing our second condition. Once again, we open the parentheses. Then let's do user choice equal paper. And paper beats rock, so we do AND computer choice equal rock. And we have one more left, so we do OR backslash. Then we press Enter, Tab. Once again, we open the parentheses. And the last one should be Caesars. User choice equal Caesars. And computer choice equal paper. And let's not forget the colon at the end. And one more important thing. After colon, we press Enter. And we don't indent this time, we do return. You won. Then we press Enter again. And let's type else, return computer wins. Okay, and we're done with this function. Let's go over it. So the first part is pretty straightforward. User choice equal computer choice. It means it's a tie. Then we have our elif statement, in which we are telling if user chooses rock and computer chooses Caesar, user wins. Or if user chooses paper and computer chooses rock, then user wins. Or user chooses Caesar and computer chooses paper. If anything else besides these three, it means that computer wins. Now let's define our final function. Define play game. For the comment, let's do a plays rounds of rock, paper, Caesar until the user decides to quit. So first let's create endless loop. Let's type while true, This statement means that the while loop will run forever until we break it. So inside our while loop, let's do user choice equal, and let's call the get user choice function. Now let's check if our user is pressing Q to quit. So we do if user choice equal Q, then we should break. Okay, but if our user didn't press Q, we should do computer choice equal get computer choice. So basically at this point, our user have made his choice, and the computer is making his choice. Now let's print the user choice and the computer choice, but let's format it nicely. Let's use F string, so we do F double quotation mark. And I think this is a really good opportunity for me to teach you something useful. Let's type a \n, and you can see that Python right away changed the color from green to orange, indicating that it's not a string even though it's inside of the double quotation mark. This is special character combination called escape sequence. You already saw how we used the / in our elif statements, but now we are using inside of our string. Actually, let me show you a good example in other file. Let's type print, double quotation mark. Let's type hello, \n, and let's do world. And you can see hello, and on the second line we can see the world. Even though in our string we have it on one line, but because we used \n, we are telling Python where to end the first line and start the second one. We can even do something like this. Let's run it, and you can see our first line is just empty. Okay, let's go back to our project. Let's continue our print statement. So after \n, let's do you choose. Then in squarely brackets, let's do user choice. Then computer chose. And curly brackets, computer choice. So this is we are showing our user what the choices were. Now let's check who won. Let's do result equal determine winner. For the parentheses, let's put user choice and computer choice. And let's do print result. Okay, we're done with our last function. The only thing is left to do is to call our play game function. Okay, let's run it and hope that we don't have any errors. Okay, so we are prompted to make our choice. Let's do a rock. And it's a tie. We can see you chose rock, computer chose rock. It's a tie. And we are asked to choose again. Let's do rock one more time and maybe we will win. No, computer won. You chose rock, computer chose paper. Okay, let's do paper this time. It's a tie. I just can't win. Computer is too lucky. Let's check the quit. Let's type Q, and our program have stopped. So this was our project. I hope you had fun. Just in case, I have added my code to the resources, so you can just copy and try it on your own. But I'm pretty sure all of you did well. Okay, now let's do another small fun project. As you can see, we are going to create a game called Hangman, and it will be constructed in a way that we can play in a console. Okay, as always, let's start with the overview of our project. This project guides you through creating a Hangman game, where the player guesses letters to figure out a hidden word before the Hangman drawing is completed. The game randomly selects a word from a predefined list, and the player has limited number of attempts to guess the word, so experienced programmer can complete this project by using just this information. And closer to the end of this course, you also will be able to complete any project with only receiving this much information. Okay, but now because we are in just the first couple of steps of your programming journey, I will give you more information how you should approach this project. So we have key concepts. And the concepts are random word selection, string manipulation, conditional logic, and loops. So by only using these concepts, we can create a Hangman game. And as you can see on the right, I have provided you with the image how the end product should look. So first we are welcoming our user. Then we have the attempts, meaning how many times user can make a wrong guess. Then we have the stage of the Hangman. I have provided you with the stage of the Hangman and the list of words in the resources of this course, so you can just copy and paste it. Then we have underscores underneath it indicating how many letters are in that word. And we are asking the user to guess the letter. It looks easy, but this project is a little bit harder than the previous one. Okay, let's move on to project structure. Word selection. Use a random module to randomly choose a word from predefined list. So as I said, I have provided you with the list. So our program have to make a random choice from that list of words. Then we have word display. Initialize a display that shows underscores for each letter in the chosen word, updating it as the player guessed the letter correctly. Basically, when the program chooses the word, we have to change each letter of that word to an underscore. And every time the user makes a correct guess, we have to change the underscore to the correctly guessed letter. Okay, and guess handling. Prompt the player to guess a letter, handling both correct and incorrect guesses. Update the display and the number of remaining attempts accordingly. I think this one doesn't need explanation, it's pretty straightforward, so let's move on. Hangman stages. Maintain a list of hangman stages, showing the correct state of the hangman as a player makes incorrect guess, updating the visual representation with each wrong guess. So once again, I have provided the hangman stages in the resources, so you can copy and paste it and use it. And the idea behind this part is when the user makes a wrong choice, as we know, the image of the hangman should change. If I remember correctly, first the head have to appear, then the body, then the hands, and the legs at the end. And the last one we have game loop. Implement a loop that continues to run the game, accepting guesses, updating the game stat, and checking for win or lose conditions until the word is guessed or attempts to run out. And just for a reminder, this is how we make a random choice. Okay, you can pause the video now. And if you feel it that you are struggling, you can come back to the video and I have created a couple of hints. So you can take a look at the hints and then pause it again and continue. So you can pause now and good luck with this project. Okay, I hope you are successful, but if you got stuck at some point, let's go over our hints. So we have word selection. Use random choice with the list of words to randomly select a hidden word for the game. Words displaying. Initialize your display with underscores. For each letter in the chosen word, update the display as correct guesses are made. Then guess handling. Implement input handling for players' guesses. Use a loop to ensure only valid single letters are accepted. Inform the player of invalid inputs and prompt for new guess. Then we have hangman stages. Use the hangman stages list to represent the hangman state. Decrease the attempts left with each incorrect guess and update the hangman's visual state accordingly. Next we have game loop. Create a while loop that keeps the game active, allowing the player to make a guess, updating the game state and checking for win and lose conditions until the game ends. And the last one we have win-lose check. Check if the player has guessed all the letters or use all attempts. Display the appropriate message for each outcome. And also for hints, I want to show you snippets from the actual code itself. I think it will be a little bit helpful, but I will not explain the snippets. I just want you to see it and to figure out on your own how it works or how you should use it. So the first hint that I have is this part of the code. Then we have this function called display state. And I think this should be enough for you to complete this project on your own. So you can pause the video now and good luck and see you back soon. Okay, I'm pretty sure all of you were successful with this project, and you're here just to check how I wrote my code. Okay, as you know, in the resources, I have provided you with the list of words and the hangman stages. So let me bring the text file and let's copy everything and paste it into PyCharm. Just a side note, to copy and paste, you can use Ctrl-C to copy and Ctrl-V to paste. And for Mac is Command-C and Command-V. Okay, now because computer have to make a random choice, from our word list we have to import a random. As you remember, the first line always should be import, so import a random. So first our computer have to make a choice. So let's create a comment. And let's type choose a word at random from list. Then let's create chosen word equal random. dot choice, and we have to provide our list words. Let's check that it works. Let's use print chosen word. Now let's run it, and we get XML. Let's run it one more time and we get wireless. Okay, now that we can choose a random word from our list, we have to somehow display to our user how many letters are in that word. So how do we do that? So first let's create a variable called word display equals, and we are going to use list comprehension. And because it's called list comprehension, we have to of course use the square brackets. And inside of it, let's use single quotes. And let's do underscore. So the underscore will represent a letter that we have not yet guessed. But because we are choosing a different word each time we run our program, we have to somehow run a loop through our chosen word to see how many letters we have in that word. And based on that, we have to print that many underscores. So as I said, this operation is called list comprehension. So we are going to use for underscore. This is just a variable. It can be anything. You can put I or you can put letter. And let's do in, then chosen word. And to make sure that it works, let's print word display. And let's run it. And we have Python. And as you can see, we have 6 letters in Python and we have 6 underscore in our list. Now let me run it again, and you can see we have different result. And let's do it again, and you can see each time the underscore amount is different. So this for loop statement iterates through each character in the chosen word, and for each character represented by underscore, it adds an underscore to the list. I know this might be a little bit difficult, but you can use regular for loop if you want. This is a little bit advanced. As you can see, we're just using one single line instead of 5 or 6 lines of for loop. But you don't have to use it at this point. We are gonna learn about it more in upcoming lectures. In this way, I'm slowly introducing you to a little bit harder concepts. But I'm not expecting you to learn everything just right away. It's not natural. So now you know that there is something called list comprehension. You can Google it and learn a little bit more on your own. Otherwise, we're going to cover it in upcoming projects. Okay, enough with the list comprehension. Let's move on. First, let's remove the print statement so it doesn't bother us. But I'm going to keep the print statement for the chosen word so we can use it to debug it. Now we have to indicate how many attempts our user have to guess the word. So let's comment maximum number of guesses allowed. And let's do attempts equals 6. I think 6 tries for hangman, it's a good number. Okay, now let's greet our user. Let's do print welcome to hangman, and I think that's good enough. Okay, now the fun stuff. Let's create a function that displays the current state. So first let's comment the purpose of this function. Let's do display the current state of the word and the hangman. And now we can define display underscore state. And let's do print f string attempts equal curly braces attempts. Then let's do print hangman stages square brackets attempts. As for the last one, let's do something interesting. Let's print single quotes and let's press shift, adding one empty spot. Then let's use the dot operator, and you can see we have many functions, but we are going to use the join. And inside of the join parentheses, let's use our word display variable. Okay, let's call our function and let's check how it works. And we can see that I have from our function attempts equals 6. Then we have the stage of the hangman, and as I lose attempts, the stage will change. And at the bottom I have the underscores. And you can see that something is different because we use the join method. As you can see, we're telling Python to join world display items together and to leave a space between them. And when we print it, we get a single string. Okay, let's run it again. And it works. So now let's remove the display state. And let's define a new function called display world. And this function is going to do only one thing. It will print the same join world display. So as we just did, single quotation mark, one empty space, dot operator join word display. Actually, now that I look at this function, let's not use it. Let's stick to our display state. Let's keep it just in case. Okay, now we're done with the functions. It's time for our main loop. Let's do while attempts is bigger than 0 and underscore is in the world display. So over here we are telling if these two conditions are true, you should keep running the while loop. But once we are out of attempts, or once the user have guessed the word, then you can stop the while loop. Okay, now that we have our loop, let's first call the display state. So the first thing in each loop, we show the state of the game to our user. Then let's do guess equal input. Guess a letter, dot lower. I think you know what we're doing here. We're asking the user to guess the letter, and we are turning it to lowercase to avoid any errors. Okay, now that we have our user guess, we have to check if the user guess is correct. But first let's comment, so when I come back to this code couple of months later, I can still understand what's happening in this part. Let's do check if guess letter is in the word. Okay, now the interesting part. Let's do if guess in chosen word. And now we have another interesting for loop. Let's first create the loop, then I will explain. Let's do for index, comma, letter in enumerate. Inside of the parentheses we put chosen word, and as always colon at the end. Okay, in this for loop we have two variables instead of one, and we have enumerate. So the enumerate is built-in Python function that takes list or string, and as an argument it returns a iterator. The iterator generates pairs containing indexes and values. In this case we have index and letter. So basically by using this for loop, we get the position of the letter inside of our list, and we get the letter itself. So we can use this information to change the underscore inside of our word display. Let me show you how we do that. We have to indent one more time, so we are in the for loop block. And we have to do if letter is equal guess. So at this point we're looping to each letter and we are creating an index, meaning the location of the letter inside of the list. And we are catching the letter itself. So we are checking each letter. Then let's indent one more time and let's do another if statement. Let's do if word display, square brackets, index. We are catching the position and equal underscore. So at this point we're checking if we have a match. And it's a underscore, it means we can change the underscore to guess. So it's the word display, square brackets, index equal guess. And we're done with the hardest part of this program. I just want to emphasize this is not the only correct way to do this. There are thousands of ways that you can achieve the same thing that I have. In this way I'm trying to teach you new tricks, and I'm letting you to improve your existing code. Just so you know, there is not only one right way of doing things in programming. I'm pretty sure another programmer can look at this and find an even faster way to achieve the same thing. But the speed and efficiency of our code is not the point. Over here we are trying to learn Python. That's why I'm trying to give you as many new things as I possibly can. Okay, let's move on. Let's press enter. And let's go 1, 2, 3, 4 times back to our first if statement, and let's do else. So basically if our guess is not in the chosen word, meaning the guess is wrong, we have to print incorrect. Try again, and we have to reduce the attempts. We have to do attempts minus equal 1. Okay, and we have to do the most important thing. We have to check for the win condition. Let's do comment, check for win condition. And this one is simple. We do if, single quote, underscore not in a word. Display status. And let's print congratulations, you won. And let's break the while loop. Okay, and we have one more thing. So when we are out of attempts and we're done with our while loop, let's do if attempts equal 0. Let's call the display state and let's print sorry you lost. The word was the chosen word. And let's call our display word. So at least we're using it somewhere. Okay, let's run the code. And we can see that everything works and the word is binary. So let's do a couple of tests. Let's type B. And we can see that the B have appeared instead of the underscore. And the hangman symbol didn't change. Well, now let's do A. And same thing, A hasn't appeared. Now let's use a letter that is not in the chosen word. And right away we can see attempts equal 5. Incorrect, try again. And also we have the new stage. We have the head of our hangman. Let's do T again. And we have the body now. And we have incorrect, try again. Attempts 4. Now let's do W. Try again, attempts 3. And we have the hand. And let's give wrong answers until we lose. Okay, and here we have it, the full hangman symbol, and we have sorry you lost. The word was binary. So far everything works. Now let's run the program again, and we have the word is router. So let's start with the R. And you can see right away we have the first R and the last R. Because we used the for loop, it checks each and every letter, and if there is a match, we change the underscore to the letter. Now let's do the rest of the word. Now let's quickly do the rest of the letters. And we have congratulations, you won. Okay, and we're done with our project. I know that this one was a little bit hard, but that's how it should be. You should struggle, you should do your own research. You should try to find as much new information as you possibly can. You should come up to ideas on your own how to achieve this exact result. That's the whole point of this project. I want you to think on your own. I want you to have a challenge. The main purpose of this project is not the final result. It's not that your hangman game should be flawless or perfect. It's the thinking part. I want you to come up with ideas on your own. Okay, I think you're tired of me talking, so good job with this project. I'll see you back soon. Okay, in this project, we are going to be creating a password generator. This project will be noticeably longer than the projects we have done before. So let's start with the overview. The objective of this project is to guide learner through the creation of password generator application. The project will be divided into 3 main steps. So for step 1, we have write the password generator code. In the initial phase, we will develop a password generator code using Python. This code will generate strong and random passwords based on user-defined criteria such as length, character types, uppercase, lowercase, digits, special characters, and any additional requirements. So the step 1, we will do it together. We will write the code together. It's not going to be like previous project. I'll not ask you to pause the video and do it on your own. We're going to do it together. I'm going to explain how we can create the password generator. But if you feel confident and you think you can do it on your own, go ahead and try it to do it on your own. So this is how our step 1 should look. This is what we are going to get at the end of the step 1. So we are greeting the user. Then we are asking for the length of the password. Then we're asking if we want to include uppercase letters, lower digits, special characters, and then the program provides us with the random password. Okay, that was step 1. Now let's look at step 2, introduction to GUI with Tkinter. The second step involves introducing learners to graphical user interface known as GUI. Development using Tkinter, a standard GUI library for Python. Through practical demonstrations, learners will grasp the fundamentals of creating windows, buttons, labels, and entry fields to build a user-friendly interface. So at this point, we only have saw our program in a console. But by using GUI, graphical user interface, we're gonna make it look more like an actual program. This is how our step 2 will look like. We will write the code together and I will introduce you to tkinter. So the tkinter is a library that comes pre-installed with Python. It helps us to create the graphical user interface, something like this. And I will show you how you can create the window, the button, and the entry field. We will go over all of them. So that's for step 2. Now let's go to step 3. Integration of step 1 as step 2. In the final phase, learners will be tasked with integrating the password generator code developed in step 1 with the GUI developed in the step 2. They will combine their understanding of both aspects to create a cohesive application where user can interact with the GUI to generate password, meeting their specific criteria. So basically, we will do the step 1 together, then we will do the step 2. And your challenge will be to combine those 2 steps together, to combine the password generator with the tkinter to make it look like more of an actual program. And this is what we will get at the end. As you can see, it looks like an actual program that you can buy or download through internet. But if you feel like that you can do all of those steps on your own, you're more than welcome to try. Okay, I think that's enough explaining the project. Let's jump to our step 1, creating the password generator code. Okay, as always, we start with the import, random. And this time let's use import string. Then let's create a function called generate password with 5 parameters. So let's call our first parameter a length. And let's make it equal 12. As you remember, we can give default values to our parameters. So in this case, the default value is gonna be always 12. The next parameter is uppercase equals true. So the uppercase is a boolean in this case. Then let's do a lowercase equal true. Digits equal true. Special chars equal true. And colon at the end. Okay, inside of our function, let's create a variable called characters. And let's make it equal to string. Okay, now before we move forward, I want to explain what I want to do with this function. As you can see, we have length, indicating the length of our generated password. So our user should have ability to change the length of the password. Then our user should have a choice to use uppercase letter or to use lowercase letter, digits, or special characters. So the user should have all of those choices to create a password for them. So how do we do that? Let's start by checking if our boolean parameters are equal to true. So we want to do if uppercase colon, then we do characters plus equal, and here is where we are going to use the string that we have imported. So we type string dot ASCII uppercase. By doing this, the string module will return all the uppercase English characters. So basically, we are telling Python if uppercase is true, then you should add to our characters string all the uppercase letters. So let's do the same for the rest of our Boolean parameters. Let's do a if lowercase colon, then characters plus equal, string ASCII lowercase, and next we have if digits, characters plus equal string dot digits, and the last one we have is if special chars, characters plus equal string dot punctuation. I think this still might be a little bit confusing, so let me show you how this function operates. Let's do print characters. And let's exit our function block. And let's call our generate password function. Let's run it. And you can see now that we have inside of our characters uppercase letters, lowercase letters, digits, and special characters. So this is how it looks when all of our booleans are equal to true. So let's change it to false. Let's say our user doesn't want uppercases. So let's change it to false, and let's run it. Now you can see we have only the lowercase, the numbers, and the special characters. Next, let's change the digits. Let's change it to false. And when we run it, we only have the lowercase and the special characters. Okay, let's change it back to true. And let's delete the print statement. Let's do another if statement. Let's do if not characters. And let's print error. At least one character type must be selected. And let's return none. So we do this to tell our user that at least one of the character types must be selected. Okay, now the most interesting part. Let's declare a variable called password equal, let's open single quotation mark, dot join, and inside of the parentheses, let's use our random dot choice. Inside of another parentheses, let's use the characters. Then the most important part is our for loop. So we do for underscore in range, and let's use the length for our range. And let's not forget to close the parentheses. I know it looks easy, but at the same time it's complicated. But as you can see, you know all of this concept. You know how to join, you know how to use random.choice, you know how to do for loop, you know the range. It's a matter of connecting all of them together. Okay, let's print the password to check if it works. And let's run it. And here we have it, our first password. Let's run it again to make sure that it's not the same thing. And as you can see, we have a different password. And let's run it one more time. Why not? Okay, let's close this and let's remove the print statement. And let's do return password. And let's remove the function also, because we don't need it at this point. Okay, I'm trying to think what else we need for a password generator. Let's start by quitting our user. Let's print welcome to password generator. And also let's print you can customize your password by selecting the character types to include. I think this is good explanation. Okay, now we have to get 5 parameters for our function from the user. So let's do password linked equal int. We open the parentheses and we use input. And let's ask to enter the length of the password. And as you remember, we use int because our input function always returns a string. But for our function, we need the int for the length because we are using it inside of the range. Okay, we have 4 more left. Let's do include uppercase equal input, include lowercase letters. And let's do open close parentheses, y and n. And when we close the parentheses, let's do dot lower. Okay, so I have a question. What do you think this include parameters will return when our user enters y or n? It will return a lowercase y or n. But in our function, we need a boolean. We need true or false. So there is one and long way that we can do it. We can do if statement. We can do something if include uppercase equal y, then uppercase equal true. But with Python, instead of using that many lines of code, we can do it just in one line. After the dot lower, we do equal equal, single quotation mark, y. So before our equal equal, it was returning a string. But now, because we are telling Python, is it equal to y? And when Python checks that it's equal to y, it returns include uppercase equals to true. Or if it's another letter, it returns false. So by just adding those two equal signs, we're turning the include uppercase to a boolean instead of the string. Okay, we have three more to do. Next one we have include lowercase. Include lowercase letter. Yes or no dot lower equal y. Then we have include digits. Equal input include digits. Yes or no dot lower equal y. And the last one we have include special chars. Equal input include special chars. Yn dot lower equal y. Okay, and now we are done with the parameters. So now let's create a variable called generated password equal generate password. So this variable will call the password that we are getting from generated password function. And let's open the parentheses. And now we want to assign each of our parameters. So let's do length equal password length. Then we have uppercase equal include uppercase. Next we have lowercase equal include lowercase. Then digits equal include digits. Special chars equal include special chars. And that's it, we can now call to our function. But before we run the program, let's do another fancy thing. Let's do if generated password, colon, print generated password, comma, generated password. And let's do else, print, no password generated. Please try again. And now we're done. Let's run our program. And could we have our greeting welcome to password generator? Then we have that we can customize the password. And then we can enter the length of the password. Let's do 22. The next question we have include lowercase letters. Let's do y. And the next one is lowercase letters. I don't know why we're getting the same question twice. Let's check the code to see if I made any mistakes. And yes, I can see instead of uppercase, I put lowercase in our first input. Let's change it to uppercase, and let's run it again. Let's put a 22 for the length. Do we want a uppercase? Yes. Include lowercase? Yes. Include digits? Let's put n. Include special characters? Yes. And here we have a generated password, and we have our password. Let's copy it, and there is a website called security.org. Let's paste it and check how strong is our password. Okay, it's a pretty strong password. It will take computer about 2 septillion years to crack it. And that's considering we're not using digits. Okay, let's move this window. Let's run it again. But this time let's do 10. Include uppercase, yes. Lowercase, no. Include digit, yes. Include special characters, no. And here we have our password. Let's copy it. And let me check this password now. And you can see this one, it will take only 1 day to crack this password. Okay, we have one more thing to check. Let's run the program one more time. Let's do 10. And let's put no for everything. And we have error, at least one character must be selected. And the second message, no password generated. Please try again. Okay, and now you have your own password generator. You can see how easy it is to create something like this. Even though this is so easy, there are apps that charge monthly fees for creating passwords for people. Now we know how to create our password generator program. But it doesn't look complete. It doesn't look good. We are running it inside of the command line. So to make it look more like an actual program, we have to use GUI, which stands for Graphical User Interface. And our goal is to make it look something like this. Even though the functionalities of both of our programs are the same, When we use GUI, it makes it look more complete. So one of the most popular GUIs for Python is tkinter. It comes pre-installed with Python. So let's jump back to Python and let's start using our tkinter. So as you already know, we have to import tkinter. You can leave it like this, but when I work with tkinter, I like to give it an alias. So I do as tk. Basically now, instead of typing tkinter, I just have to type tk, and I can access the same methods and functions. Okay, so let's start by creating the main window. So when using tkinter, we refer to main window of our application as a root. So let's type root equal tk dot tk constructor. So basically just this one line creates our window. And typically when we create the window, we want to give it a title. So we do root dot title, and inside of the parentheses we can provide the name of that window. But for now it's to example. And then let's add another comment. Set initial size. And I like to use root.geometry 400 x 300. This is not the only way that we can initialize the size of our window. You can go to the docs of tkinter that I have provided and see many other ways to initialize the window size. Or maybe you want to add some kind of a feature to your own window that I'm not adding. It's always good to know how to navigate through docs. Okay, and another very important thing, we have to somehow run the application. So let's comment run the application and let's do root that main loop. So once we call the main loop, the program enters a loop where it waits for the user interaction. Okay, now let's run the program. Now let me bring the window. And as you can see, this is the window that we have created. It's 400 by 300. And it has the title of example. Okay, now that we have our window, we want to add some sort of widgets. Let's comment widgets. So we have to somehow populate our window because right now it's just useless. Let's use another comment. So the first widget that I'm going to introduce you is the label for entry field. So we use label for basically displaying text in our window. So let me show you how it works. Let's do length underscore label equal tk dot label. And inside of the parentheses we do root. We use root because we have to specify the window that we want this label to work on. Then we do text equal, and inside of this quotation mark, we can enter any text that we want. So let's type enter a number. But if we leave it just like this, nothing will appear when we run the program. We have to somehow tell where we want this label to be located. That's why let's use length label that pack. So when we call pack method, it automatically organizes the widgets to positions in our window. Okay, now let's run our program again. And you can see now we have enter number. Okay, we're slowly getting something. Let's close this and let's enter another comment. This widget is gonna be entry field for user input. Then let's do length entry equal tk entry, and inside of the parentheses we have to call the root. And then, as I said, we have to use length entry dot pack. I think you already know what this widget is for. Let's run it. And you can see that now we have our label, and underneath we have our entry field. Over here, our user can enter some kind of data for us. Okay, let's close it. And the next widget I want to introduce is comment button. So let's do button equal tk button. Then inside of the parentheses, let's do root. And we can give a name to our button. So let's do text equal get text. Then we want to do button.pack. And while we run it, you can see that now I can type some sort of text and press the button at the same time. Okay, let's close it, and there is another useful one. Let's do comment checkbox. And as you can guess, I'm gonna show you how to create a checkbox inside of tkinter. So what is a checkbox? So the checkbox can only have two values, true or false, on and off basically. So the first thing that we have to do when creating a checkbox, we have to create a checkbox var. And let's make it equal tk.boolean var. And let's make it default value equal true. So the bool var is a special type of variable inside of the tkinter that can hold only true or false. Basically, it's a boolean, but just for tkinter. Okay, now that we have the checkbox var, let's create the actual checkbox. Let's call it checkbox equal tk.checkButton. And as always, we do root. Then we can do the text equal true or false. And at the end, we have to give the variable equal checkbox var. So when we press the checkbox button, it will affect our checkbox var. Okay, and as always, we want to do checkbox.pack. Okay, and let's run it. And as you can see now, we have our checkbox. We can turn it off and on. Okay, let's close it and let me show you another widget. And that widget is gonna be comment text widget. Let's call it result text equal tk text. Inside of the parentheses, let's do root. Then we type wrap equal word. So the wrap help us to ensure that the text that we are gonna receive in the result text is gonna be wrapped nicely, meaning it will make easier to read. Then we can use height equal 5. This will determine the height of our result text block. And we can do state equal disabled. When we do this, it means the text block is disabled, so it's read only. And let's do result text.pack. And when we run it, you can see that we have our label, then we have the entry, button, checkbox, and the last one is the result text. So that we will get the result to our result text and we are going to be able to copy it. But because the state is equal disabled, we're not going to be able to change it inside of the result text. Okay, now that our window is done, let's add some kind of functionality to it. Let's do something like this. Let's declare a function called getText. Then let's create a variable called text, and let's make it equal. And I want the variable text to retrieve everything from the length entry. So to do that, we do length entry.get. So using this one line, whenever our user enters something to our entry, it will transfer that data to the text variable. And let's print the text. And now when I run the program, I enter the text. And when I press get text, nothing happens, because at this point the button doesn't have any command. It's just empty, so when we press it, nothing happens. So to fix that, we want to go to our button, and we want to add command equal, and we want to call our function getText. But remember, we have to always remove the parentheses at the end, otherwise it will not work. So let's run the program again, and let me type some numbers. And when I press get text, you can see in the console I have the same text printed. Okay, at this point we know how to get the entry, and we know how to give command to our button. Now let's try to use our checkbox. Let's go back to our function. Now let's create a variable called on/off equal checkbox var dot get. So it's the same thing as the entry. We want to get back the result from our checkbox var. Basically, we are getting back Boolean. Either it's on or off, basically. Either it's true or false. Then because our on/off is a Boolean, we can do if on/off colon. And let's indent these two lines inside of our if statement. meaning if the checkbox is click, we will print the text, otherwise nothing will happen. Let's run the program. Let's turn off the checkbox. And let's type some numbers, and when I press it, nothing happens. Now let's turn on the checkbox, and now when I press get text, I get back the text that I have entered. Let's turn off one more time the checkbox, and let's remove the text. And let's put 12. And when I press it, nothing happens again. So as you can see, it's pretty easy to create a GUI. Once you know the basics, you can combine them together and create the most beautiful program that the world have ever seen. Okay, but before I let you go, let me show you a couple of other tricks. Let's define a function and let's call it start. And this time let's create command to retrieve text from entry field. And let's do text equal, and let's copy the length entry.get, and let's paste it over here. And let's remove all of this from our first function. And over here, let's create another command. Let's call it retrieve the state of the checkbox. Let's use variable name on equal, and let's copy the checkbox var.get. And then let's remove it from a getText function. And let's add parameters text and on equal false. Then let's do if on colon. And let's add the command enable text widget for editing. Then let's do result text.config state equal normal. We are setting the state to normal because we want to be able to edit the result text. Then let's create another command, clear previous content. And let's do result text.delete. And let's do inside of a string 1.0. And let's do tk.end. So the 1 represents the index 1, meaning the start of the text, and tk.end represents the end of the text, so we're telling delete everything from the front to the back. The next one is comment insert new text. Result text.insert tk.end. And we want to use the parameter text. Okay, and the last thing we want to do is comment disable text widget again to make it read only. So we do result text.config state equals disabled. We are setting the state to disable because we have already deleted the old information and inserted the new information. That's why we're disabling the state so the user can only copy the information that we give them. We're not done yet, but we're almost there. Let's go back to our start function and let's create the command call getText function to display text. And let's call the getText function and let's provide the text and on. Okay, and now we're done. So by just looking at these two functions, you should be able to understand what's gonna happen. So first let's look at the start function. We are getting back the text and we are getting back the checkbox. And once we have that information, we are calling the getText function and we are providing the text and the on. Now let's look at our getText function. So first of all, we are checking if the checkbox is checked. Then we are enabling our result text. Then we are deleting everything that we had in that result text. And we are inserting the text that we got from our length entry.get. And at the end we're disabling it so the user cannot change anything into result text. Okay, I hope you understood what we just did. So we have to change one more thing before we run this program. Let's go down to our button and we have to change the command from getText to start. And once again, when we are giving a command, we only put the function name without the parentheses. Okay, now let's run the program and see what happens. Okay, here we have it. Let's put the random numbers and we can see that the checkbox is checked. So when I press the Get Text button, the numbers that I have wrote should appear underneath. And yes, indeed, you can see they works. And now I can select and copy, but I can't change. Now let's remove the check from the checkbox. And let's remove some of the numbers. And let's press the button. And you can see nothing happens. And when I check back, I get the 21. As you can see, creating GUI is not that hard. So we have reached to our step 3, integration of step 1 and step 2. This part you are going to do on your own. I'm not going to help you. I know you have the ability to do it on your own. So what you have to do, at this point you have the password generator code. And you have the code for creating a basic window. And by looking at this example image, you can see how you should combine both of those codes together to create the complete functional program. I want to emphasize that you don't have to create any new code. You only have to find a way to combine both of those codes together to a one code that will produce this final product. That's why there is not much that I can say. Just good luck, and I believe in you. You can pause the video now, and when you come back, we'll go to it together. Good luck and see you back soon. Okay, I hope all of you were successful, and you're just here to check how I wrote the code. Okay, so over here I have the code that we wrote for the TK example. So our goal was to combine the TK inter with the password generator to make it look more professional and more like actual program. I'm gonna start by bringing the password generator code. And this is the same code that we've wrote together and I have included in the resources. So for now, let's copy generate password function and let's paste it on top of our get text function. And now we have bunch of red squiggly lines because we have to import string and we have to import random. Okay, so I think now I want to copy this part from the get text function and let's remove the return password and I want to paste it over here. Now we no longer need the get text function, so let's just remove it and let's look what we have here. And right away I can see that I have the error text. So this line of code is doing insert new text. So this part we have to change the text to password because this is how we will show our user the password and they're gonna be able to copy it. So let's change it to password. Okay, now this looks good. So let's look what else we have to change. And let's look at our start function. And actually, let me bring the code back from our password generator. And let me copy the code to our function get password. Let's copy it and let's paste it underneath get text. And let's remove generate password variable. And also let's remove the checkbox and get text function. I think that should be enough for removing. Now let's look at our widgets. So right now we only have one checkbox. I want to create a checkbox for each style of the password. Let's say checkbox to use the uppercase letter, another checkbox for the lowercase digits and special characters. So let's start with that. Let's change the checkbox var to uppercase var. Then let's select it and copy. And let's replace the variable to uppercase var. And let's copy it one more time only to uppercase. And let's change the checkbox to uppercase. And same for the pack. Okay, so the uppercase checkbox is ready. Let's copy it. And let's go back to our generate password where we are calling it. And let's see. Yeah, we have uppercase, lowercase, digit, and special, so we only need 4 checkboxes. So let's paste the same checkbox 3 more times. And let's change the second checkbox to lowercase var. And let's change the variable to lowercase var. And let's change the uppercase to lowercase and the pack also. Oh yeah, and let's not forget and change the text from include special chars to include uppercase letters. And let's do the same for the lowercase letters. Then let's do digits var. then variables digits var, then digits and digits.pack, and also let's do include digits. And for the last one, let's do special chars var. Let's change the variable to special chars var, and let's do special char. Special char. And for the last one, we don't need to change the text. Okay, that was it. We're done with the checkboxes. So now let's go back to our start function. Okay, by just looking at our generate password, we have to provide password length, include uppercase, include lower, include digit, include special chars. So at this point, we have all of that. We just have to create variables and somehow get them from ITK-inter. So for the password length, let's change the text to password length. Then we have include uppercase, and let's do equal uppercase var dot get. Then let's do include lowercase equal lowercase var dot get. And next we have include digits. Now let's copy the include special chars also. So we want to do digits to var.get and same for special chars vars.get. Okay, so now we have almost everything perfect. The only thing that we have wrong is the length equal password length. We have yellow squiggly lines underneath it. I think I know why it's happening. So as I remember correctly, our generate password function waits for an integer for the length. But now we are providing a string. So let's change the length n3 to a int. Let's type int in front of the length entry, and let's put parentheses. Okay, now it looks good. We're not getting any warnings. Let's quickly go over our code. So we have generate password. It looks good. We didn't change anything over here, so it just should work. Let's look at our widgets. Yeah, this part looks good also. I think we're ready to run the program. Okay, so far so good. Let's do 10 for the password length. And let's click Get Text. And as you can see, I have my password. And now I can just select and copy. Let's remove include upper and include lower. And let's press Get Text. And you can see I have a new password. Okay, it works and it looks good. I know I have example for name, and instead of generate password I have get text, but I just don't want to waste your time changing those kind of small details. But I encourage you to change it on your own. Try to add new features, try to change colors, maybe change the background from white to some other color. Try being creative. Just work maybe another 10-20 minutes on it. Look to TK in their docs. Maybe they have something interesting for you. Okay, I want to say good job with this project. I know it was hard, but you can see we're getting job done. Before we're done with this project, I just want to tell you one thing. Impossible is a word to be only found in dictionaries. Your hard work is the only key ingredient to your success. That's why you should keep pushing forward with determination and dedication. For every effort you put in, it brings you closer to achieving your goal. That's why you should keep the hard work going, because it will lead you to success. Okay, so we have a new project, and it's going to be called Milestone Monitor. So let's look what this project is about. The Milestone Monitor is a GUI application built using Python tkinter library to help user track progress over the year. It provides a visual representation of each day in a year, allowing user to assign color to indicate different stage of progress. Additionally, the application supports saving and loading progress data from a text file for future reference. Okay, so this is how our program will look at the end. My idea behind this program was that I wanted to create something useful for you guys. So the main idea behind this program is that you can keep track of your progress. So let's say you're learning how to code almost every day, and each color represents a time frame. So let's say, as you can see on the bottom left, we have lighter green and it goes to the darkest green. So let's say the lightest green represents 15 minutes of studying programming and the second color represents 30 minutes. By just looking at the squares above, you can see how much work have this person done throughout the year. I don't know, I think this program is pretty useful. I wanted you to create something that you are going to be using. So let's say you're gonna open this program at the end of each day and record your progress. So let's say if you studied for 30 minutes, you're gonna hit the box twice. Okay, now that we know the purpose of this program, we can move forward. But before I let you start coding, I want to tell you that this project is going to be a lot different than the projects that we have done before. This project is going to be really, really hard. Most of my students can't complete this project, but it's okay, it's fine. The point of the project is not to check if you're able to create this program or you're not able. The point is to teach you how to do your own research. The most important knowledge as a programmer is the knowledge on how to do your research. You have to know how to look up stuff on the internet. You have to know how to read API docs. In this case, we are going to use tkinter. You have to know how to find specific information about tkinter and get the code that you need. Because imagine you're a programmer in a real world. Nobody's gonna give you step-by-step instruction how to create something. They're just gonna tell you, listen, I need this to be created. And then you have to do it on your own. You have to first imagine how it's gonna look. You have to imagine your steps, what steps you have to take. And only then you are going to start typing your code. And for the most of the time, you're gonna Google something, how to do this, how to write this code, how do I get this result, why I'm getting errors, how to fix this bug. Knowing how to code, I will say, is more like knowing what you can do with a specific programming language. And then if you know that this programming language can give you this result, from there you can just search whatever function or method that you need and get the result that you're looking for. So the point of this speech is to prepare you that it's going to be really, really hard and that most of you will not finish this project on your own. But I still encourage you to do this project on your own, because you're learning Python for yourself. Nobody's forcing you. That's why you should try your hardest to create this program on your own. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be able to say that, listen, I created this program. Okay, now I can explain how I created this program. I use tkinter for GUI, and I have created 365 physical buttons representing each day of the year. And I have written a function for whenever I click on a button, it will change the color starting from the lightest green to the darkest green. But that's not it. In tkinter, we can disable a button and we can enable it, giving the ability to be clickable. So what I did, I disabled all of the buttons and only enabled the button that represents today's date. So how it works, imagine you start the program. You can't click any other button besides the date that is today, and the today's date button will be highlighted in a different color. It's not going to be white. It's going to be either a black or yellow, something that you can see. And then when you're done for today, let's say you started for 30 minutes, you click twice, and then as you can see on the right bottom, I have exit and save. You click the button and it saves your entry. It saves the color of that button. And when you start it again, let's say tomorrow, it will load the color of the button from the saved file and show us green instead of white. So how do we save the color of the button? As you know, each color has its own hexadecimal number. That's the 6-digit code, representing a different color for each code. So every time I'm clicking save and exit, Python looks at our forest button, captures the color of that button, saves to a text file, and then it does save for the second number, third, until it reaches to the last button. And then when we load our program, before it runs the program, it looks at our text file and it looks at the first button, checks for a color. If it's, let's say, dark green, it assigns the color, and then it does the same for the second, third, until it reaches the end. So that's how we change the color, and that's how we save it. And as you notice, I have a edit button on the left. So because we are disabling all of the other buttons, I have created a button that you just can click, and by clicking edit, it enables all of the buttons. So let's say yesterday you only clicked twice, but you worked for 45 minutes. So you click the edit button and you can edit the yesterday's entry. And then you click edit again and it disables all the buttons again. And for the last, you can see on the left button we have less, and I have represented each different color. So this is just a visual representation of all of the available colors. You might think this is a lot for you. That's why I have created a step-by-step instruction on how to create this program. You can see we have step 1, step 2, step 3, and you can see I even included code snippets. But I will not explain each step for you. You have to read it on your own and figure it out how you can connect all of this information together. And I encourage you to use Google heavily, to look through TK Inter blogs. Basically, I have given you all the information that is necessary to complete this project. So it's only up to you to create this program. But if you feel overwhelmed or if you feel that you're stuck, just come back and we're gonna create this program together. And as I told you, the point is to make you think. I want you to make mistakes. I want you to get weird bugs. I want you to Google those bugs and learn how to fix them. I want you to find how to change a color on the button. I want you to do all of those mistakes. And that's how you're going to learn Python. I want to add something really important for my Mac users. So as you know, Apple doesn't like any outside sources. That's why working with Apple sometimes is really difficult. So why I'm telling you this? Because we're going to use TK Inter, you might have some difficulties combining TK Inter with Apple. Because Apple is so weird. With some of Mac OS, TK Inter works great. With some, you might have a little bit of issues, but at the end of the day, if you just tweak it a little bit, you're gonna be able to make it work for you. I'm telling you this because if you use Mac, the end result is not gonna look as mine, because I'm using Windows and buttons, and the actual window is different. In the Mac, you have rounded buttons. In the Windows, you have square buttons. That's why you have to think about that. Even the paddings on the buttons is not going to be the same, but I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to figure it out. So let's move on. Okay, so now I will show you all of the steps that I have created, but I will not explain them. So let's start with step 1, importing TK Inter. And we end at step 11. I have also added useful information in the resources, so make sure to check it out. So you can pause the video now, and good luck, and see you back soon. Okay, I hope all of you were successful and you just came back to check how I wrote my code. Okay, as always, let's start with import. Let's do tk inter as tk. Then let's comment create main window. And let's do root equal tk, not tk. Then let's do the title, so we do root dot title. And inside of the quotation mark, let's call our program Milestone Monitor. With this program, I want to change the background of our window. So let's do root.configure. And inside of the parentheses, we can do BG or we can type background. Let's do equal. And inside of the quotation mark, we can provide the color. We can either provide such as red or black, white, or you can provide the hexadecimal number. With TK in there, we always have to start with the hash. Then we can provide the hexadecimal number. So in this case, I will use D8F3DC. This is something like a greenish color, light green. But feel free to use any color. So next one, let's do root geometry. And this method will help us to change the size of the window. So let's do 1900 x 300. And as always, we have to start the main loop, so it's comment. Run the application, and let's do root.mainLoop. And now I believe we can run the program. And as you can see, I have my window. I'm bringing it from the left side because I have two monitors. On the left one I'm recording, so automatically pops on the left monitor, so that's why I'm always bringing to the right one. But in your case, it will just pop on the same screen. Okay, so far it looks good. We have the window size, the title we have, and we have our greenish background color. Okay, now that we have our window, we should think, how do we start our program? We have to start with small steps. So I'm thinking we should start with just the 7 days. 1 week of capturing the progress. So I'm thinking how we use a button to capture the progress. So I'm thinking every time I achieve my goal or I want to record that I did something, I will just press the button and the button will change its color. Okay, so let's start by adding our comment, so in the future it'll be easier for us to understand what we did. So let's do create buttons for each day of the week. I think it's pretty straightforward. Okay, so how do we create 7 identical buttons? Of course, we can type 7 lines of code with different variables names, such as button 1, button 2, and on and on. But let's think of another way. Let's use a for loop. Let's do for I in range. And let's put from 1 to 8, because as you remember, we put it to 8, but it doesn't include the 8. So inside of the for loop, let's do color button equal TK button. Inside of the parentheses, let's do root. And as I said, we can do either BG or we can do background. So let's do equal, and let's use hexadecimal again, and let's do hash and 6 Fs. I believe it should be white. Then I want to identify the width. Let's put equal 1, and the height, let's do 0. Okay, we're done creating the button. But as you remember, we have to place it on our window. But this time we're going to use a different way. Let's do color button dot. And now we are going to use a grid. So imagine the grid as a chessboard. You have rows and you have columns. So in TK Inter, we can provide the row and we can provide the column of our item. So because we are using the for loop, we can do something like this. We can do row equal I. And for column, let's do column equals 7. And also we can do something like this. We can add a padding on each side of our item. So we can do pad x, meaning the x-axis equals 6. And let's do pad y, meaning the y-axis equal to 2. And when I run it, you can see that now we have our 7 buttons. I know the padding and the rows might be a little bit confusing, but once you start using it, feel free to change it, play with it. Or the padding is just empty space between our buttons, so I don't want it to be crowded. Because if you put 0, you will be like touching. If you ever done HTML or CSS, this part will be very easy for you. Okay, now that we have our 7 days, I want to present a button for each day of the year. So it should be 365 buttons. And also I want to add months on top of the buttons. So let's start by creating a comment, month's name. And I have provided in the resources the list of months. So let's copy and paste that. Okay, that's done. I want to create the function that will create the months and the rows of buttons. So let's start by adding a comment. Let's do function to create the rows of buttons for a week. Then let's do def, create the row, and the parameter, let's do week. And the first thing that I want to create is the months label. So let's add another comment. Let's say display months label. And we want to do similar for a loop that we did with the bottom, but this time let's do it with months. So let's start by typing for I in range. And we have 12 months. Let's start from 0 and let's go to 12. So this time we're starting from the 0 because our list, as we know, starts from 0. And in this case, we're going to start from 0 and end at 11. So let's do months equal tk dot label. Inside of the parenthesis, we start with root. Then let's do text equal. Now we are getting the months. And we have to put the number of the month. Let's put I. And we are not done yet. Let's do something fancy with our text. We can do font equal. Inside of the parentheses, we can provide the name of the font that we want to use. Inside of double quotation mark, we type Helvetica and comma. And we can provide the font size, so let's do 10. And at last, let's do background. We want to change the background because the default background for our label is white. So if we just leave it like this when we create it because our background is green, you're going to have a white square behind each name. That's why we want to change the background of our label to the same background that we have in our root configure. So it's D8. F3DC. Okay, so our label is done. Now we have to put it on a grid. So we type month.grid. Then inside of the parentheses, let's start with the row. So we want the first row to be our months, meaning the top row. That's why we do a row equals 0. Next we have column. This one is going to be a little bit confusing. Let's do equal parentheses 1 plus I and times 4. So why I'm doing this? I'm doing this to space the months evenly, because if we just put the I, it will be too crowded. It will be each month next to each other. But now it will appear the first month, then after a couple of columns will appear the second month and the third and the fourth. It will look nicer. So you will see once we're done. And let's not forget the padding. So we want to do pad x equal 2 and pad y equal 2 also. And we're done with the label. Also, let's not forget to indent the buttons, the for loop that we just created. So let's indent each line. Okay, and now our function is done. Okay, now this function can display our months, and it can display 7 buttons. But how do we make it 365, representing each day of our year? So let's create another for loop. But first let's comment, create rows of buttons. And let's do for I in a range. And let's start from 1 and let's end at 52. And let's call our create row and let's provide the I. So what will happen over here? This for loop will call our create row 51 times. So as you saw, our create row creates a row of 7 buttons. So it will create 51 rows of buttons. So meaning it will create 367 buttons. We can be super precise and create exactly 365 days, but it will just waste of our time and it's just a couple of use statements. But if you want to do it, you're more than welcome to be exact and create 365 days. But in my case, I'll have just 2 extra days off. Okay, I think it's a good time to run our program, and let me bring the window. And I have done something wrong because I have the months. but I only have one column of buttons. So let me go back to the code and check what I have done wrong. Oh yeah, I can see right away what I have done wrong. So we want to remove the column 1 and we want to type week because we want to provide a new column for each week, meaning we start from 1 to 51. Okay, let's run it again and see what happens. Okay, now everything looks good. We have our months and we have all of our buttons. So far it looks pretty good, but looking good is still not enough for us. We have a lot of work to do. So the next step that I want to do is I want to add the ability to change the color on the button click. So whenever I click on a button, the color will automatically change. So to do that, let's go to our top. And let's create the command. Let's do progress stage colors. And in the resources I have provided a list of 5 different colors. So let's copy and paste that. So as you can probably guess, we will have 5 different stages of our button. You might think, why 5 different colors? My idea behind it was like each color represents, let's say, a 15-minute of studying coding or coding. So these 5 colors, they are different shades of green. So we start with the light green and we end with the darkest green. So let's say if today you studied for 30 minutes, then you press on a button twice. The next day you start for 15 minutes, you press only once, and by the time you can see your progress nicely on the graph. Okay, enough talking, let's create another comment. Let's do list to hold buttons. And let's do buttons equal list. So I'm creating a list to hold all of our buttons so we can work on them in the future, we can save them and so on and so on. Okay, and now the fun part. Let's create a function for changing the colors. Let's do it underneath the create the row function. But first let's create a comment. Let's do function to change the color of a button. Then let's define change button color and let's provide one parameter event. And then let's do another comment inside of the function and let's type get button widget and current background color. This type of comments are really helpful. Imagine you're stuck, you're getting a box and that kind of stuff, and you can just quickly glance over a part of your code and you can see right away what it does. You don't have to look through it, waste your time. So spending a little bit of time on commenting is a good thing. Okay, as you can guess, we are getting our button widget. So let's call it button equal event. The event from our parameters dot WID get widget get. Basically we are capturing the widget, and then once we got our button we want to capture the existing color because we want to change it from the lighter green to the darkest. But to be able to change it, first we have to see the current button color. That's why let's do bg color equal button cget. Basically we use configure to change it and we use cget. And inside of the parentheses and inside of quotation mark we have to type background. Basically first we are capturing our button, then we are getting the background. Okay, so now I'm thinking, because I have the button and I have the button's background, I have to come up with some sort of a for loop to iterate through each progress stages. Basically, iterate through each color that we have in our list. So to do that, first let's create the comment, iterate through the progress stages. Then let's do a for index, comma, item, in enumerate, and let's use our progress stage. So we are already familiar with this type of for loop, and because we are familiar, we know what to expect. That's why let's create a comment, change color if current color matches and index is within a range. So that's for our comment, and for the actual code, it's to if bg color equal item, and let's do end. I want to check against the length of our progress stages. Basically meaning we will not allow to change the color once it had reached the end of our list. So that's why we want to do less for. Any side of that if block, let's do button dot configure, and we want to change the background, so we do bg equal progress stage. Then we want to use the current index +1. Oh, I just saw it, I made a mistake. We have to do index less than 4. Now it looks good. Basically, we are checking if bg color is equal item, meaning the bottom background is equal to the item in our progress stage list, meaning it's inside of one of our colors. Then we are checking if it's the last one. We are not allowing it. If it's not the last one, we are changing the color to the next color in the list. But we are not done yet. We want to break our for loop, because if we will not break it, it will automatically, once we press once, it will go to the last color, because it will just keep running the same for loop, and every time the background color will be equal to the item. So that's where we have to break it. So at this point when we run our program, our buttons are white. And I want to write another if statement to allow me, when I press the button first time, to change the color to the first position in our progress stage list. So for that part, as always, let's start with the comment. Let's do set color to first stage if not found in progress stage. Okay, I think this is a really good comment. By just looking at this comment, you can probably write the if statement on your own. So we want to do if bg color not in progress stage, meaning it's not one of the green colors. Then if it's not in the list, we want to do button.configure bg equal progress stages 0. Okay, so now we are done with this function. But before we can test this function, we have to change something in our create row function. So first let's add another line over here. And let's do color button.bind. So this bind function helps us to combine the click of the button to a function. In this case, to our change button color function. Let me show you how it works. So the first parameter we have to provide to a bind is the event string. We have to open curly braces, and inside of the arrows we have to do button with the capital B-1. So with this string we are specifying to tk-inter to which click of the button this method should respond. Button 1 is the left click. We also can do button 2 is the middle click, and button 3 is the right click. In this case we want to use the bottom one. And then we can call to our change bottom color. So basically with the bind we're creating a event and event handler. So we're saying if the button is clicked with the left mouse click, then you can call the change button colon, and you should provide the event parameter, meaning which button was clicked. Okay, so that was for clicking the button. We have to do another thing. Let's do buttons that append color button. And this part we're just adding all of the buttons to our buttons list, so we can access it later. Okay, I think we're done and we can test our change color function. Let's run it, and let me bring the window, and I hope it works. It should work. So let's click, and as you can see, it changes, and if I click again, it changes the color to the next color. And if I keep clicking it should go to the end here. We have the darkest green, and it should stop even though how many times I click, it should not change the color. Let me check the other buttons. And yes, all of them works. We were successful. Okay, let's close this and let's move on. The next thing that I want to create is I want to create some sort of a indicator to show what each color represents. Let's try something like this. Let's go underneath our for loop and let's start by typing a comment. Let's type display labels for progress stages. And let's do label less equal tk. Label. Then let's use root. Then let's do text equal. Let's type less. Then let's do the font. We are using Helvetica 12. And let's do dg equal d8 f3dc. Okay, now we have our label, and we have to put it in our grid. So we do label less dot grid. So I want to put it at the bottom. So let's do row equal 10. Then for the column, let's do equal 0. And for the padding, let's do padding x2, padding y2. And we can run it. And I don't know why I'm getting an error on line 54. Let's scroll a little bit down, and I can see that unknown color name, D8. Oh yeah, because I have to use a hash before giving the coordinates for the color. Let's quickly add that and let's run it again. And yeah, now it works. And I have my label saying less in the first column. Okay, the next thing that I want to do is to represent each color starting from the first one till the last one, represented next to the less. So how do we do that? Let's go underneath our label and let's type the for loop that we used before. Let's do for index stage color in enumerate progress stages. And inside of this for loop block, let's do something like this. Let's copy label less and label less.create, and let's paste it underneath. First, let's change the name to example color. And let's copy this name, and let's select the label less, and let's paste a new name. Okay, because we are using buttons, let's change the label to buttons. Then let's remove all of this because we don't need it with button. Oh, I have a good idea. I can use something like this with the button. This is a new thing. Let's do state equal, and inside of double quotation one, we do disabled. So what this does, it makes sure that our button is not clickable, meaning it's disabled. It's pretty useful. Okay, after disabling it, let's do background equals stage color. Then let's do width equal 1, height equals 0. And for a column, let's do index plus 1. And when I run this now, I should get all of the colors represented. Let me bring the window, and yes, we can see less. And we have all of the colors. Okay, we're getting somewhere. It looks a little bit better. It looks something like an actual program. Okay, what else we should add? I think at this point, this program is kind of useless because you have pressed the button, but you have no way of saving your progress. This program is meant to be used every day to keep the track of your work. That's why we have to add somehow a way to save the user's input. Let's say if he pressed on one of the buttons, we want to save that color for the future use. Let's say if in the future we load the program, again we can load the existing color of each button. Okay, to achieve that, I'm thinking we should create a function that saves each color of our button to a file. Then we have to create a button, like a physical button inside of our program, which when we press it, he will close our program and it will save all of our button colors. So let's start with the function. Let's define save buttons. And inside of this function, we are going to use something called file handling statement. So with file handling statement, we can open files, we can read data, we can write data, manage file pointers, error handling, and much more. But we are going to focus on reading and writing data because we want to save the colors of our button, and then in the future we want to read the colors of our button. So let me show you how it works. To write the file handling statement, we start with width, then we want to use the open method, and inside of two quotation marks, we want to provide the name of our file. In this case, I want to call our file buttonsdata.txt. That's the first parameter for our open method. Then we have to provide the second parameter, which is W inside of the quotation marks. So the W represents the write method. The write method helps us to write data to our file. If the file exists, everything inside of that file will be erased and the new data will be written to it. Then we have the R, which stands for read. method we will get to read a little bit later. Just so you know, there are a couple other modes that we can use with the open. But most of the time we are going to use the read and write method. Okay, we're done with the parameters. We want to give an alias to this open method. So let's do as file. So I think at this point you can guess what my next step is. I want to create a for loop so I can capture the background of each of my buttons and save it to the text file. So let's do for button in buttons. As you remember, every time we are creating a button, we are appending the button to our buttons list. And then inside of that for loop, let's capture the background. So let's do bg color equal button cget background. And to write to our button dot text, we do this. We do file dot write. Then let's use the bg color variable, and we have to do plus double quotation mark \n. As you remember, \n represents enter. Basically, each color will start on a new line. And we are done with our function. So by just looking at this function, we can understand what will happen when we call this function. It will look in our folder if we have a button data.text. If we do have it, it will not create it. It will just erase everything that is inside of that text file, and it will start going to our loop, capturing each background of our button. And then it will write the background color to our text file. So in the future, we can access that file and read from it. So now let's create a physical button that we can attach this function to. Let's go underneath this example color and let's create the command. Let's do button to exit and save. Let's copy the example color button and let's paste over here. Let's change the variable name to exit button and let's copy for the grid also. Let's remove all of this and let's use command equal, and we have to call our save buttons. Then let's give it a text. Let's do exit and save. And let's do a background equal #F07167. This is like a reddish color. So for a grid, let's change the rows from 10 to 9. And for a column, let's do 54. I want it to be on the right side. And let's change the padding hex to 6. And now we can run our program. And as you can see, now we have the red button on the right side. But we forgot something. Let's close the program. On the left top corner, you can see that we have our project folder. Click on it, and let's close this. And click on the arrow on the left, expanding the Python project folder. And over here you can see that at this point we only have our main.py. Let's run the program again. And now let's click the couple of the buttons on the front. Let's do different colors. And let's press the red button, exit and save. Even though nothing happened yet, let's close the program. Once the program is closed, you can see that now on our project folder, we have button data.text file automatically created. Let's open it, and you can see that we have all of our buttons inside of it. You can see that the buttons that are white are labeled F. As you remember, the F represents a white color, and you can see the front couple of buttons that we have clicked have changed their color. And now we have their stage saved in the buttons data.text. Let's compare it to our list. And as you can see, they are the same numbers. Okay, but we're not done yet. Let's go back to our save button function. And this button is called save and exit. But as you saw when we clicked, we only saved the data. To exit the main loop, we want to use root.destroy. And now when I run the program and click on a couple of buttons, and when I press exit and save, it will automatically close the main loop. And when I go back to my buttons data, you can see that the old data was erased and the new data was saved. Okay, now we are getting somewhere. Let's close all of this, and I'm thinking the next step should be loading the existing data of our buttons. Now we have the ability to save priced buttons color. We want to create a function to be able to retrieve that data and assign each button to the correct color. So first let's go underneath our save button function and let's create a comment function to load button colors from file. Then let's define the function load buttons. And inside let's create a colors equal list. So whenever I try to read from a specific file, I always like to use try and accept. So let's start by typing try, and inside of that try block, let's do with open, and the file name buttons data dot text. And for the second parameter, we want to use R, meaning read, and let's give alias as file. So at this point, we have accessed the data in our buttons data. And from here, I want to create a for loop to loop through each button color and separate them to my colors list. So how do I do that? Let's start by creating a for loop. Let's do for line in file. And because now I have a hold of each specific line of color, I want to create a variable called bgColor equal a line. And I want to use the strip method. So as you remember, strip methods removes all the white space from our string. And then I want to use colors.append, and I want to append the bgcol. And at the end of this function, I want to return the list of colors. But we are not done yet. Let's not forget the accept. Let's type accept. And we use our accept with file not find error. So whenever we try to read buttons data.text, and if it doesn't exist, we will get file not found error. But let's say if you use this program for the first time, the file buttons data might not exist. Because of that, we want to catch that error. That's why let's do pass and let's create a comment, do nothing if the file is not found. So basically, if the file doesn't exist, this function will not throw an error. It will not stop the process of our program. And let's not forget and do return colors. Okay, we're done with load buttons function. Now we have to call it. We want to call it after creating our rows. So let's go under this for loop and let's start with the comment. Let's do load existing button colors from file. And let's do existing colors variable equal load buttons. Okay, at this point, the existing colors is holding a list of colors that we have in our file. So we have to create a for loop, but this for loop is going to be a little bit different. But first, let's create a comment on this to apply existing colors to buttons. And for our for loop, we start for button, comma, colors in zip. Zip is a function in Python. We use zip to combine multiple iterable items such as lists, tuples, and other sequences. So by using zip, we can save a lot of coding time. So we have to provide our first parameter, which is going to be buttons. And the second parameter is going to be existing colors. And you can see in each loop we will get one button and we will get one color. And because of that, we can do something like this. We can do button.configure bg equal colors. So how this works, we are getting the first button from our button list, then we are getting the first color from our existing color list, and we are assigning that color to that button. Let's see how it works. Let's run the program. And you can see right away that our load function works because we have our old selection appear in our new program. But to make sure, let's click on a couple of buttons. and let's click exit and save. And when I run it again, I have all of the buttons that I have clicked appear back. So it works. To make sure that it works 100% and we don't get any errors, let's go to our project folder and let's delete the buttons data file. And when I run it this time, I should not get any error. Instead, all of the buttons should appear, but they should be white. So let's run it and see what happens. As you can see, we didn't get any error because of our try and accept, and all of our buttons are white. Let's click on a couple of buttons and let's press exit and save. And when I check the project folder, we have our buttons data file, and to make sure for the last time, let's run the program again. And yes, all of the buttons that I have pressed are now appearing. So far our program looks functional. It's usable. We can use it just the way it is. But let's not stop over here. Let's improve our program. So if we look at this program at this point, it's good, it's working, but it has a big flaw. Our user have the ability to change any day of the year. I want to implement a feature that allows our program to detect the exact day of today and highlight that exact button which represent that exact day and disable all of the other buttons. So our user is not allowed to change the colors of the other button, let's say the previous days or the future days. But our user can only change the color of today's day. And I want to add a button, let's say called edit, and when the user click on the button, it allows the user to edit any of the buttons from the past or from the future. So the main idea behind this, I want the user to open this program every day and keep track of their progress. Let's say if they program for 15 minutes or 30 minutes, they have to click on the button twice. And if they program for 1 hour, they click 4 times. And let's say if our user does that every day, in couple of months, they will have a nice graph of their work that they have done. Some of the buttons might be white, some of them might be dark green, some of them light green, but it's a nice way to indicate the hard work that they have done. And highlighting the button that represents today's day will help the user to click only on that day. And by disabling all of the other buttons, we're removing the user error. We're now allowing them to make any changes. But if they feel like yesterday, the more work that they saved, they can click on it and they can edit it. I think it's a nice feature. Okay, so I think we should start by capturing today's date. So let's start by importing date time. Then let's go underneath our root and let's comment get today's date. Now let's create a variable called today equal date time dot date. And to get today's date, we use dot to date method. And this line alone will return the today's exact day, including the year, the month, and the day. But our program needs a specific day. For example, we are looking the first day of the year or the 125th day of the year. To get that, let's comment and let's say get the original day of the year. And let's use variable called day of year equal today dot time tuple. This part converts our today to a tuple. Then we want to use dot tm. Y day, this part acts as the attribute of the tuple which represents the day of the year. This might seem confusing, but you should know that I don't remember this type of things on top of my head. I Google for myself, and almost all programmers use Google heavily because it's almost impossible to remember such a confusing things. You just have to know what you want to build. You should know it the structure that you're looking for. And to find something like this, it just takes 2 seconds. You just Google how do I get the exact day of the year, and it will just pop up this exact code. or something similar. I just want to tell you that nobody expects you to remember this exact code. You know what you should remember? You should remember that there is a way to get the exact day of the year, or there is a way to get today's date. That's what you should remember. And if you remember that, you can just Google it and find the code. Okay, let's use a print statement. Let's do print today, and let's do print the day of the year. And when we run the program, we will see how they look. Okay, now that we got today's day, let's go back to our buttons. And let's create a comma. Let's do button to toggle edit mode. And let's copy our exit button. And let's paste it underneath it. Let's change the exit part to edit. Then let's change the command. Let's remove save buttons. And we have to provide the function name. But we don't have the function yet, so let's come up with the function name. Let's do button, edit on off. So that's going to be our future function name, so let's not forget that. And let's do the same for the text. Let's change it to edit. And the last thing we have to do with this button, we have to change the column to 53. So first we are going to have the edit button, then we're going to have the exit and save button. Okay, now that we have our edit button, let's create a function for button edit on off. Let's go underneath this function. But first we have to create a variable. Let's create a comment. Let's type variable to track edit mode. And let's do edit equal false. This button will help us to determine if the edit is on or if it's off. That's why by default our edit equal false. When we run the program, the edit will not be on, meaning we will not be able to click on the buttons. You will be able to only click it after clicking the edit physical button that we have created. Okay, now it's the time for a function. But first let's do comma. Let's do function to toggle edit mode. And let's define button edit on off without any parameters. I have a feeling that this function is gonna be confusing. Okay, let's start by typing global edit. So why we use global? If we look at this code, we can see that the edit variable is outside of our function, meaning it's outside of the function scope. We use global keyword to indicate to Python that this variable edit now is global, meaning if we make any changes inside of our function, it will affect the actual variable itself. It's important to note that for larger programs, we avoid using global because it makes code harder to read. In a bigger project, we would have made the function return the true or false rather than editing the global variable. But in such a small scale, it's fine, and it's good to know that such a thing exists. Okay, next let's create a variable called button index, and let's make it equal to 0. Okay, now the fun stuff. Let's do if not edit, meaning our edit equals false. Let's do comment enable edit mode. Then let's create for a loop. Let's do for be in buttons. And inside of our for loop block, let's do if button index equal day of the year. I hope you can understand what's happening. We are looping to each of our buttons, and we are comparing if it's equal to day of the year. Then let's do inside of that if statement block, let's do button index plus equal 1. Then we have to get the background of that button. That's why let's do bg color equal b dot c get. And as you remember, background. Now I want to check if the bg color is in our progress stage, meaning it's green. If it's green, we don't want to change it. But if it's not, we have to change it to some kind of other color to highlight it. Let's say something darker, close to black. So we do if bg color in progress stage, meaning it's green. If it's green, we do pass. We pass that button. And let's do else, meaning it's not green, it's white. We do b.configure. bg equal, and let's do 252422. It's a darker color. Okay, this part looks good. But we're not done yet. So let's go back to our if block and let's do else. Let's do b.configure and let's make state equal disabled. As remember, this statement disables our button. And we have to do b.unbind. And we have to type our first click button, so we do button-1. And also we have to do button index plus equal 1. Okay, by just looking at this statement, you can easily understand what happens. We are telling Python if button index equal to our day of the year, then change the background to a black color. If it's already clearing, then don't do nothing. Else, if button index doesn't equal day of the year, then we disable the button. Okay, we have to do one more thing for this part. Let's go back to our for loop block and let's do edit equal true. And let's create a comment, update edit mode. I think this part doesn't need explanation. We're just updating the edit mode to true. Actually, I thought we were done, but we're not done. Let's go to our first if statement and let's do else. And let's do comment disable edit mode. So over here we want to change all of the states to normal. So to do that we do for b in buttons. And we do b.configure state equal normal. And also we have to do b.bind. The first click button-1. And we have to call our function change button color. And outside of the for loop, we have to do edit equal false. Okay, and I think we're done. I think we can run our program now. So let's click run and let's hope everything works. But unfortunately, I got error, so let's look what's wrong. Okay, right away I can see name error, name button edit on off is not defined. Do you mean button edit on off? It looks the same. I don't know what's wrong. Oh yeah, I see it. In the first one I used capital B and the second one I used the regular B. So we have to change the capital one. So let's go to our button. And let's change it to lowercase. You can see such a stupid mistake, but you don't even acknowledge when you do such a mistakes, but it's good to understand how to read the error message. This time it was easy, but in the future it's gonna get harder and harder to understand what's going on your code. That's why the debugging is the most important part of programming. Okay, now that we have fixed it, let's click run and let's hope everything works. It works, but it's not what I was expecting. I was expecting a highlighter, just one button, and the rest of the buttons should be disabled, so I shouldn't be able to click on it. Let's click on our edit button, let's see what happens. And yeah, when I clicked it, now I have the darker button, and rest of the buttons are disabled. And now I can only click on the highlighted button. I think I know what I have forgot. Let's go back to our code, and let's select our button edit on off. Then let's go to our for loop where we're applying existing color. And let's call our function. Let's paste the button edit on off and let's hub the parentheses. And also let's not forget to create a comment. Let's do toggle edit mode. Basically by just calling to this function we are turning off all of the buttons. And if we wanted to turn it back on we have to click on the physical button. So let's run the program again and see what happens. Okay, now everything looks good. Today's date is highlighted as black, and all of the buttons are disabled. And the only button that I can press is the today's date. I want to check one more important part. Let's click on exit and save. And let's start the program again and see what happens. And everything works as it's supposed to. our button didn't turn black. It kept the color that we picked before. Now let's check the edit button. Let's click on it, and now I should be able to click on all of the buttons and edit them. And yes, everything works. At this point we have a functional program, but we're not done yet. I want to show you how we can polish our program, and at the end we're going to create an executable file. So right now we are running our program to PyCharm, but we're going to create a file from which we don't have to open the PyCharm and run it to the PyCharm. We can just click on the icon and it will run as an actual program, and you can send to your friends and have fun. Okay, but before we do that, I want you to look at the top left corner of our program. We have our title, milestone monitor, and on left of it we have the icon of our program. At this point, this icon is the default icon that tkinter provides, but we can change it. So let's close this and let me show you how we change that icon. Okay, first let's click on the project icon and let's right-click on our project name. From there, let's go to New and let's click on Directory and let's call it Images. And when I press Enter, you can see that now we have a folder called Images. In the course resources, I have provided the image that you can use. Just open that image and we want to drag the image and drop it to our new folder. As you can see, my image is called cguv.ico. So if you want to use a different image, it should be ICO format, icon format. If you try to use a JPEG or PNG, the tkinter will not accept it. You have to use ICO. Okay, now that I have the image, I want to create a path to that image. So let's go to the beginning of our code and let's create a kernel. Let's call it path to the icon image. And let's call the variable icon path equal double quotation marks. And for the path, as we can see, our image is inside of the images folder. So we type images / and we have to provide the file name cgv.ico. This is a partial path because our images folder is inside of our Python project. We can provide just the folder name and a file name. But let's say if you want to use an image that it's outside of our Python project, you have to provide the full paths to that file. You have to start with the hard drive. So let's say C disk, then desktop, another folder, another. Basically, you have to provide the full paths to that exact file. Okay, but now that we have our paths to our file, we can do something like this. Let's go underneath configure and let's do root.icon bitmap. And this function is the only thing we need to add the icon. So inside of the parentheses, we have to provide the icon path. And now let's run the program and see how it looks. Okay, it looks good. Now we have our icon and we have the title. It looks nice. Let's close the program and let's close all of the open windows. Actually, let's even close the PyCharm window. And as you can see, I have already opened my projects folder. So this is the same folder that we saw inside of the PyCharm. So head on to your files and open the project folder. Okay, at this point, our coding part is done. Now we have to create an executable file for our program. By saying executable file, I mean that we are going to combine all the necessary components together. The script, the interpreter, libraries, everything is going to be inside of one file. And you're going to be able to send that file to your friends or use it on your own. So the point is that we're making our program usable for every user. So at this point, if you want to use our program, you have to have a PyCharm. You have to have Python installed on your machine. But by creating that file, anyone can use it. In the future, you're going to hear a lot executable file. We also call them freezing or packaging. Okay, so let me show you how we do that. So as you can see, I'm using Windows. But if you're a Mac user, I'm going to provide a helpful guide in the next lecture, so you can just head over there. But for my Windows user, let's click on this top bar and let's type CMD. And when we press Enter, we get our Windows command prompt. And as you can see, because we used our folder to call the command prompt, it's automatically showing the paths to our exact folder, so I don't have to go to that folder using the command prompt. We are inside of our project folder. Oh, just one more thing. Sometimes the Windows Defender or any other antivirus might think that you are trying to create a malware, and he might not allow you to create the executable file. So you can just either disable your antivirus or you can add your project folder to the ignore list. So basically you're telling your antivirus to just ignore this folder. Okay, there's many ways to package your Python program, but I like to use something called PyInstaller. So to use the PyInstaller, as always, as you remember, we have to use pip install. And we type PyInstaller and hit enter and it will start installing. But as you can see, I already have PyInstaller installed in my system. So yours will look a little bit different. And at the end, it will say that it's successfully installed. Okay, once it's installed, we want to type PyInstaller. Then we want to provide our main.py. Then we do --one file and --windowed. And now when I press enter, it will start creating our executable file. And as you can see now, it's analyzing, checking, building. And at the end, when it's done, we get completed successfully. Okay, let's look what happened in our folder. As you can see, we have two new folders. One is dist and one is build. So the dist stands for distribution. And inside of our distribution folder, we have our main.exe. So this is our main executable file. So let's click on it to start it. And I get an error right away. Unhandled exception is script. And if we look at the code underneath, we can see right away that it's referring to our icon bitmap. And as you remember, in our code, we provided the partial path to our images folder. So basically, we just have to copy this file. So let's do Ctrl+C. And let's go back to our project. And let's paste it over here. And now when I click on this file, it works. I have my program opened and I can use it freely. Let's click on a couple of buttons. And then let's click on exit and save. And let's open it again. And yeah, it works. It saved all of the changes. Okay, let's close our program. And let me show you how we can compress this program. So you can save it or you can send to your friends. So to run this program, we only need the main.exe, our button text, and our images folder. So let's click all three of them. And we do a right click. And I have WinRAR. And we want to click to add to Python project.rar. And as you can see, we have compressed our program to 10,000 gigabytes. And now you can easily send this program to your friends or you just keep it for your own use. And if you don't have a WinRAR, you can just create a regular folder and just drag and drop those three files inside of that folder. As we aren't done with this program, I just want to take a moment to give a big shout out to all of you incredible students. Seriously, you have blown me away with your hard work and dedication to learn Python. I mean, think about it. From basics to more complex stuff, you have tackled it all with such a determination. It's been amazing to watch each of you grow and improve along the way. You have reached some pretty impressive heights. This isn't just about learning programming language. It's about proving yourself that you can take on challenges and succeed. As I always says, impossible is just a word to be found only in dictionaries. Your determination has proven that nothing is impossible for you. So take a minute to pat yourself in the back because you earned it. And remember, this is just the beginning. Okay, so now I'm going to show you how to create the executable file on Mac. We can either use the Mac terminal or we can use the Python terminal access point. So the first thing I'm going to do is install PyInstaller. So we do pip install PyInstaller. . And when I click enter, you will start installing PyInstaller. And when it's done, I can see it's successfully installed. And also I see there is a new release, so I can run pip install update. But I think it will work for me. But if you're having any issues, make sure to update the PyInstaller. Okay, now that I have PyInstaller installed, I can do this. I can type PyInstaller. And then I have to provide the name of my Python file. So I do main.py --1 file, and I have to do --windowed. And when I hit enter, you can see that PyInstaller now is creating the executable file. And at the end I get completed successfully. So now when I go to my project folder, I have my main.py, I have image folders, and I have a new folder called dist. Let's open it, and you can see that I have my executable file inside of that folder. So now your program is compacted. You don't have to have PyCharm, or you don't have to have Python in your system to be able to run your program. So you can send this to your friends, to your family members. But keep in mind that because Python is not used for creating physical programs, antiviruses think that it's a virus just because it was created using Python. So you might have issues sending it through Gmail, for example, because automatically Google will indicate that it's a virus, because most of the time people use Python to create automated viruses. But at the end of the day, this is how all of the programs are made. So now you can proudly say that you made your first complete program. As we aren't done with this program, I just want to take a moment to give a big shout out to all of you incredible students. Seriously, you have blown me away with your hard work and dedication to learn Python. I mean, think about it. From basics to more complex stuff, you have tackled it all with such a determination. It's been amazing to watch each of you grow and improve along the way. You have reached some pretty impressive heights. This isn't just about learning programming language. It's about proving yourself that you can take on challenges and succeed. As I always says, impossible is just a word to be found only in dictionaries. Your determination has proven that nothing is impossible for you. So take a minute to pat yourself in the back because you earned it. And remember, this is just the beginning.